Chapter 49-20. Crimson Immortal Light Kill. On the other side, Yuan Wuji was the closest to Lu Ming. He was also the fastest. He turned into an immortal light and charged at Lu Ming. His power was so terrifying that Lu Ming could only brandish his spear to block it. With a loud boom, the two of them retreated at the same time. Although Lu Ming had blocked Yuan Wuji's attack, he had also been blocked. Yuan Liuji immediately launched an attack at Lu Ming. Crimson Immortal Light. Black Moon Immortal Light. Two terrifying immortal lights shot toward Lu Ming one after the other. Lu Ming used all his strength to block them, but he still couldn't block them and was sent flying. His chest was swept by the crimson immortal light. He instantly felt an extremely hot and sharp force drilling into his body. Even though he was wearing a top-tier source-grade armor, he could still feel the terrifying force passing through the armor and hitting Lu Ming. Lu Ming's blood boiled, and he almost spat out blood. Lu Ming, you will definitely die today. Kill. Turn into ashes. Yi Buxiu, the king of Spectre, and the king of Nether Spirits let out their murderous voices. 3 attacks were directed at Lu Ming from 3 different directions. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji continued to use their immortal lights to attack Lu Ming. The 5 invincible divine lords launched a joint attack from 5 different directions. At this moment, the world lost its color and the void became chaotic. Lu Ming is dead for sure. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but think in their hearts. The joint attack of the 5 invincible divine lords was just too terrifying. Even Origin Realm existences wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Some weaker Origin Realm existences wouldn't even be able to withstand it. Although Lu Ming had a top-tier source-grade armor, it wasn't omnipotent. While top-notch soul-tier divine armors were profound and possessed astounding defensive capabilities, they still had to be activated before they could be used. With Lu Ming's cultivation base, he couldn't unleash much of the power of the top-tier soul-grade divine weapon armor. Without being able to unleash its full power, the defensive power of a top-tier soul-grade armor would be very limited. Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he came to the conclusion that he couldn't stop it. Even if he gave it his all and used all his means, it would be impossible for him to block it. Even with Lu Ming's life force, he would be severely injured if he didn't die. At that time, he would become a fish on the chopping block. I can only hide in the desolate ring. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Now the only way to avoid the attack was to enter the ancient desolation ring. Given the material of the Great Desolate Ring, blocking this attack was naturally not a problem. However, there was a drawback. Once he entered the ancient desolate ring, the ancient desolate ring would fall into his opponent's hands, and he would also be controlled by his opponent. But in this situation, there was no other way. He had been too careless this time. Lu Ming was keenly aware that he had been careless this time. The other reason was that Lu Ming had been too confident. During this period of time, Lu Ming's fighting strength had soared. First, he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret art, causing his forbidden energy to undergo a qualitative transformation. He had surpassed the Lord of the ancient divine court and his predecessors. Then he had broken through to the 9th level divine lord realm, causing his fighting strength to soar to the level of an invincible divine lord. In truth, Lu Ming had been a little overconfident and had become a little arrogant. He had believed that he was practically invincible under Origin, and that he could go anywhere he wanted in this vast world. Thus, even though Princess Zongxian had told him that the Yi Immortal had joined forces with the beings of the 3 Forbidden Lands, he had still come. He had originally believed that with his current strength and Princess Zongxian's help, he would have no problem escaping unscathed. In the end, it turned out that Lu Ming had miscalculated. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the ancient desolate ring, something unexpected happened. Absolute demonic wall. A feminine cry was heard. Then the demonic chi in the void surged wildly. 2 tall walls suddenly appeared in front of Gaishak and Lord of the Underworld. The walls were completely made up of demonic chi. Boom. Boom. Gaishak and Lord of the Underworld's attacks were blocked by the demonic wall. Although the demonic wall was eventually destroyed, their attacks also dissipated in the air. Bright Moon Gale Fist. At the same time as the demonic wall, a terrifying fist energy appeared. It directly pierced through the void and formed an earth-shattering power. It surged toward the Yi Immortal and blocked the Yi Immortal's attack. Lu Ming was invigorated. He used the ancient desolate form with his left hand and the heaven-breaking form with his right hand consecutively to block the attacks of Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Who is it? Gaishak roared as he looked up into the sky. Two figures suddenly appeared high up in the sky. It was a man and a woman. Gu Changfeng and Zixian. Why are they here? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The man and woman in the sky were actually Gu Changfeng and Zixian. Gu Changfeng was still the same. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and his aura was extraordinary. Zixian, on the other hand, had undergone a drastic change. There was a black mark between Zixian's eyebrows. The demonic qi in her body was extremely dense and exuded an aura of nobility. A pair of demonic wings extended from her back. Zixian was originally from the demonic demon royal family. She looked completely different from ordinary demons. She looked more like a human and did not have the demonic wings on her back. However, the demonic wings on Zixian's back were completely different from those of ordinary demons. The demonic wings on Zixian's back were dark purple and covered with ancient runes. They were ancient and mysterious. Most of Zixian's nobility came from the demonic wings. Just looking at the runes on the demonic wings made one feel an inexplicable sense of fear and pressure. It seems that Zixian has successfully merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. 2 years ago, Zixian was in a terrible state. She was in a daze and her eyes were tightly shut. It was as if she would be swallowed by the demon ancestor blood crystal at any time. Now it seemed that Zixian had succeeded and evolved. The ancient demonic wings were likely the result of a successful fusion. Swoosh swoosh. Gu Changfeng and Zixian were extremely fast. They charged towards Lu Ming like two bolts of lightning. They wanted to meet up with Lu Ming. Stop them. Don't let them meet up. Yi Immortal roared and attacked at the same time. Sword light soared into the sky and slashed towards Gu Changfeng and Zixian. Yi Immortal, your opponent is me. I was injured back then. Let's fight again today. Gu Changfeng shouted coldly and charged towards Yi Immortal. The two were astonishingly fast and exchanged a few blows in the blink of an eye. You're courting death. Heavenly sword, star explosion. Kill them. Yi Immortal roared. He used his Genesis technique and pushed his battle strength to the peak. Yi Immortal's battle strength had reached the level of an invincible divine master after using his Genesis technique. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng punched out. Although it seemed slow, it was actually as fast as lightning. Its power was exceptionally terrifying. The fist force exploded, causing the void to explode. The earth-shattering fist force collided with the star explosion. Chapter 49:21. Gu Changfeng unleashed a terrifying punch that collided with Yi Immortal's Genesis technique. An earth-shattering boom erupted as a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. In the end, both Yi Immortal and Gu Changfeng shuddered and retreated a few steps. They were evenly matched. Amazing, it's a Genesis technique. Senior Gu Changfeng can actually use a Genesis technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Given his current eyesight, he could naturally tell that Gu Changfeng had just used a Genesis technique. In the past, Gu Changfeng could not use Genesis techniques. He had previously consulted Gu Changfeng and discussed the mysteries of the cultivation of taboo power with him. Therefore, he was quite familiar with Gu Changfeng's cultivation. Gu Changfeng was extremely talented. He was only a pinnacle almighty, but he already had a vague understanding of Genesis techniques and had touched the outline of them. However, he had only touched the outline and was still very far from truly comprehending them, let alone using Genesis techniques at the pinnacle almighty level. However, not long after, Gu Changfeng had not only comprehended them, but could also use them. Could it be that Gu Changfeng had comprehended them under the 4 statues? Lu Ming immediately thought of the 4 statues. Lu Ming had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique under the 4 statues. Given Gu Changfeng's talent, it was normal for him to be able to comprehend Genesis techniques. Gu Changfeng's battle strength was equivalent to Prince Guangxian's when he did not know any Genesis techniques. Now that he had comprehended and used Genesis techniques, It was not impossible for his battle strength to reach the level of an invincible almighty. Yi Immortal also relied on Genesis techniques to achieve this level of battle strength. One had to admit that Gu Changfeng's talent was extremely terrifying. He was one of the top taboo physiques in the past. If he could break through to the origin realm in the future, his future achievements would most likely be on par with Fei Huang, the master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, and the master of the Primordial Divine Court. In fact, there were very few people in history who could use Genesis techniques at the pinnacle almighty level. Yi Immortal was an exception. He was the reincarnation of the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human race, and had rich experience. There were very few people in history who could use Genesis techniques at the Divine Master stage, who were not reincarnated. At least in this era, there weren't many. Even Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji Gaishak, Infernal Fiend Lord and the others didn't know how to use Genesis arts. They relied on their talents and other powers. For example, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji relied on the Red Scorch Immortal Light and the Black Moon Immortal Light to reach the invincible Godmaster level. As for Gaishak and Nether Fiend King, they relied on their terrifying Baleful Een energy and the Baleful Een race's unique secret technique to possess the battle prowess of an invincible Divine Master. Lu Ming, on the other hand, relied on his taboo power, the battle character secret art to increase his battle prowess by 9 times, the 3,000 ancient secret arts, and the 2 secret arts he had created himself. Why are you and that skeleton able to use Genesis techniques? What exactly did you guys obtain? Yi Immortal growled in a low voice. Disbelief was written all over his face, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. The bones he spoke of were naturally the Bone Devils. He was already surprised that the Bone Devils could use Genesis arts. But now Gu Changfeng could do the same. He had fought with Gu Changfeng more than once, so he knew Gu Changfeng very well. Gu Changfeng definitely wouldn't have been able to use Genesis arts before. But now, he was able to use Genesis arts all of a sudden. He must have obtained some heaven-defying opportunity, and this opportunity must be in the Purple Heaven Grotto. Yi Immortal's heart was burning with desire. He wanted to take this opportunity for himself. He didn't associate this opportunity with the 4 statues. In fact, Yi Immortal had seen the 4 statues before. After Lu Ming left, Yi Immortal had searched every mountain and area in the Qi vein, so he naturally saw the 4 statues. Even though the mountain had collapsed, the 4 statues were still intact. He was very curious and had carefully observed them, but there was no reaction at all. They were like 4 ordinary statues, and he couldn't take them away, so he left it at that. He wasn't the only one. The creatures in the forbidden area had also seen the 4 statues, but there was no reaction. Do you think you're the only one who can use Genesis arts? Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng sneered and continued to attack, quickly exchanging blows with Yi Immortal. While Gu Changfeng and Yi Immortal were fighting, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King also attacked. Infernal Spirit King pounced towards Zixian, while Gaishak charged towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming together with Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Absolute Demon Wall. Zixian shouted. Dense demonic qi surged from her demon wings, and the runes on them glowed. As the wings flapped, the runes and demonic qi exploded. In the next instant, a demon wall appeared in front of Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King. Break! Break! Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King roared and unleashed their terrifying attacks, bombarding the 2 demon walls. Boom! Boom! The demon walls shook violently, and cracks appeared on them before they finally collapsed. However, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King were also blocked. It's that pair of wings. Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King couldn't help but look towards Zixian's wings. Zixian's pair of wings was absolutely astonishing. They could actually condense 2 demonic walls, which possessed astonishing defensive power. One must know that Zixian had blocked the attacks of 2 invincible Divine Masters. Such defensive power was rarely seen in the world. Yi Immortal, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King were blocked. Lu Ming only had to face Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, who were much easier to deal with. Lu Ming first performed the primeval style, condensing a piece of land that charged vertically toward Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Then his figure charged towards Gu Changfeng and Zixian like lightning, intending to join them. Boom! The continent that Lu Ming had created naturally couldn't block the joint attacks of Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. The continent was destroyed by the two of them, and the remaining attacks of the two rushed towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. However, after being blocked by the primeval land, the power of their attacks was greatly reduced. Lu Ming waved his spear of combat god to block the attacks and retreated at the same time. In the end, he successfully retreated to Gu Changfeng and Zixian's side and joined them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Ye Immortal, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King surrounded Lu Ming and the other two in the middle. The five of them looked a little gloomy. 5 against 3, it wasn't easy. They would definitely win, but it would be difficult to stop them. Zixian of the Demon Clan, I know you. I didn't expect you to be able to merge with the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal and reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm. You've done something that your ancestors couldn't do. What a great opportunity. Ye Immortal didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Zixian and exclaimed. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for countless years. As the #1 patriarch of the heavenly human tribe, he had extraordinary eyesight and could tell that Zixian had merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. Chapter 49:22. However, those who knew a little about the ancestral demon blood crystal could tell. Zixian had just merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal and was still in the early stages, so she couldn't control it well. The energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal was constantly seeping out of her body. I've merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal and will become your greatest enemy. Are you disappointed? Zixian said coldly with great confidence in her eyes. In the past, in her eyes, Yi Wuxiu was an enemy that was difficult to defeat. He was too high to reach, and the distance between them was too far. But now, Yi Immortal was no longer undefeatable in Zixian's eyes. He was on the same level as her. In fact, given enough time, she might not even put Yi Wuxian in her eyes. After merging with the ancestral demon blood crystal, her potential was limitless. The demon ancestor blood crystal was an unquestionable supreme treasure of the demon race. It was simply too mysterious and contained boundless energy. She had only merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal successfully, but her cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. She had directly ignored the barrier between the 9th and the peak of the Divine Master Realm. Disappointed? Ha ha ha, why would I be disappointed? I should be happy because we have a common enemy. Yi Immortal laughed. Common enemy? Are you talking about the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds? Zixian glanced at Gaishak and the other 3 experts. Gaishak, Lord of the Underworld, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji were also a little confused. They didn't know what Yi Immortal wanted to do. However, they did not take action. This was because Yi Wuxiu had sent them a voice transmission previously, telling them not to be in a hurry to take action. All they had to do was to surround the Lu Ming trio. He had a plan to cause internal strife among the Lu Ming trio. No, our common enemy is them, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng. Yi Immortal pointed at Lu Ming. Ridiculous. Zixian sneered with a hint of mockery. He was trying to sow discord between them. That was too low level. You don't know Lu Ming's background, do you? You don't know the origin of the forbidden power, do you? If you knew, you wouldn't find it ridiculous. Do you know why the forbidden body is the mortal enemy of the heavenly human race? Yi Immortal said. Why? Zixian couldn't help asking. He was not the only one. Gu Changfeng and Lu Ming were also curious. They also wanted to know why the forbidden body was the mortal enemy of the heavenly human race. The forbidden bodies and the heavenly human race's mortal enemy. Therefore, in history, the forbidden body and the heavenly human race. The life spirit was the master of the heavenly court, the master of the primordial divine court, the taboo sword ancestor, and the immeasurable heavenly demon. That's because the taboo power is actually the power of the cosmos. It's a power that the cosmos created in order to protect itself. As the leader of the demon royal family, you should know very well that you demons and us heavenly humans are not creatures of this universe. In this universe, we will be suppressed by it. The stronger the forbidden body is, the stronger the suppression of the heavenly human race will be. Conversely, the suppression of the heavenly human race will be weaker. As a result, If we want to develop, we need to get rid of the forbidden body. Otherwise, the more powerful the forbidden body becomes, the weaker its suppression on us becomes. It'll become more and more difficult for us to cultivate, and it'll become more and more difficult for us to break through. In particular, the suppression will become even stronger once we reach reciprocity, which will drastically reduce our battle prowess. So, do you think Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng are our common enemies? Yi Immortal explained. What? Yi Immortal's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Lu Ming's heart. The forbidden body was the power of the heavenly human race. It was the first time he had heard of it. Also, the heavenly human race and the demons were not creatures of this universe. What did that mean? Were there other universes other than this one? The forbidden body is the power of the heavenly human race. How is that possible? Zixian murmured to herself. Her face was filled with shock and doubt. At the sight of Zixian's expression, Lu Ming was certain that at least a part of what Yi Wuxiu said was true. Demons were really not living creatures of this universe. At the same time, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The heavenly human race was extremely talented, surpassing the other races in the universe. They were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Of course, this referred to the other races in the universe, except for the creatures of the forbidden body. However, after reaching the origin realm, the heavenly human race's origin realm was much weaker. They seemed to be weaker than the other races in the universe. The Heaven Destroyer's origin realm and the heavenly human race's origin realm had clashed more than once. Lu Ming did not understand before, but he did now. If what Yi Immortal said was true, then everything made sense. The heavenly human race was not creatures of this universe, and was suppressed by this universe. So this little girl isn't from this universe. Then she's on the same side as us. Little girl, let's attack together. Let's destroy these two taboo bodies. We don't want them to grow and suppress us even more. Yuan Wuji said. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's eyes narrowed. What did he mean? Did Yuan Wuji mean that the Yuanguang race, the malevolent Yin race, and the Tsangming race were not creatures of this universe? However, didn't the creatures of the forbidden body already exist in the untainted continent in the last era? How did they become creatures of this universe? How many secrets were hidden in this universe? I don't believe you. You are just trying to sow discord. Zixian shook her head. Zixian, everything I said is true. If I lie, then I will never be able to transcend and become an immortal. You better think carefully. Letting them grow is not your problem alone. It will be a disaster for the fiend demon race. You demons will be suppressed more and more in the future, and it will be harder for you to cultivate. Sooner or later, your race will be wiped out. Yi Immortal said. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng looked at each other, and took a step back secretly to put some distance between them and Zixian. They were also prepared to defend themselves. If what Yi Immortal said was true, then they were indeed enemies with Zixian. Moreover, Zixian looked like she was struggling. Clearly she believed him. Although Yi Immortal's words were not an oath, they were more believable. If he swore on his life origin, it would be even more unbelievable. With Yi Immortal's strength, even if he had not reached the origin realm, he would probably be able to resist the backlash of swearing on his life origin. Yi Immortal did not swear on his life origin. He only said that he would never be able to transcend and become an immortal. Ordinary people would not dare to say something like that. Although it was not an oath, it was better than an oath. This was because there was a feeling in the unseen world, especially when it was related to transcendence and the immortal Tao. If he said something like that, it might come true. Those who wanted to become an immortal would not dare to say something like that. Chapter 49:23. There was an 80 to 90% chance that this was true. Seeing Zixian's expression, a trace of a smile appeared at the corners of Yi Wuxiu's mouth. As long as Zixian attacked together, or rather, Zixian did not even have to attack. As long as Zixian watched from the sidelines, the five of them were confident that they could take down Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng. Senior Gu Changfeng, get ready to break out. Lu Ming sent a telepathic message to Gu Changfeng. He planned to break out from the side while Zixian was still hesitating. Although the chances were slim, they had to give it a try. If they really could not do it, It would not be too late to enter the ancient wasteland ring. Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, break out from the encirclement towards Ye Immortal. Let's attack together. At this moment, Zixian's voice rang out in Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's ears. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng did not show it on their faces, but they were stunned. Did Zixian not believe Ye Immortal's words? Lu Ming, no matter what, you have saved me and the demon clan. I, Zixian, am very clear about gratitude and grudges. This time, no matter what, I will help you. We can talk about the future in the future. Zixian's voice continued to ring out in their ears, but she still had a conflicted expression on her face. Clearly, Zixian's expression was faked. It was used to confuse Yi Wuxiu and the rest. Okay, let's charge towards Ye Immortal. Lu Ming replied. He knew Zixian very well. Since she had said so, she would not trick him. Ye Immortal, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Lord of the Abyss were all surrounding Lu Ming and the other two, but their positions were very interesting. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji were closer to each other, while Gaishak and Lord of the Abyss were closer to each other. As for Yi Wuxiu, there was a certain distance between him and the other four. It was obvious that Ye Immortal was also guarding against Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others. Their cooperation wasn't as solid as a block of iron. If he were to charge in any other direction, he might have to face two experts. However, if he were to charge in the direction of the Ye Immortal, he would only have to face one Ye Immortal. Charge! The next moment, Lu Ming and the other two made their move. Like lightning, they charged towards Ye Immortal. How dare you lie to me? Stop them. Ye Immortal was, after all, an old man who had lived for a long time. His reaction was astonishingly fast. The moment Lu Ming and the others moved, he knew that Zixian's previous expression was all an act to confuse them. She would still join forces with Lu Ming. Sword light exploded as Ye Immortal used a Genesis technique. A star appeared and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Crimson Immortal Light. Black Moon Immortal Light. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Infernal Fiend King also made their moves. Each of them unleashed their ultimate moves and charged towards Lu Ming's group. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng swung his fist, causing the void to explode. Fist force burst forth and swept towards Ye Immortal with earth-shattering force. Absolute Demon Wall. Zixian's pair of demon wings glowed. Runes filled the air and formed a demon wall in front of Gaishak and the Infernal Fiend King. There was only one pair of demon wings. Hence, Zixian could only form two demon walls at a time. The Absolute Demon Wall was a secret technique that Zixian had evolved from fusing with the ancestral demon blood crystal. It was extremely powerful. Although it was not a Genesis technique, it was comparable to one. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Primal Desolation form and the Sky Splitter form. The Primal Desolation form formed a continent that smashed towards Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Meanwhile, he merged with the Battle God Spear and used the Sky Splitter form. He transformed into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Ye Immortal. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng joining forces to attack Ye Immortal. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng attacked with all their strength. Their individual attacks were not weaker than Ye Immortal's. The two of them joined forces and easily destroyed Ye Immortal's Genesis techniques. Berserk power continued to surge towards Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal's body shook violently as he involuntarily retreated. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, and Zixian charged out of the encirclement like three bolts of lightning. Gaishak and the Infernal Fiend King were blocked by the Absolute Demon Wall. Although Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji had defeated Lu Ming's Primal Desolation form, they were still one step too late. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the God of Battle's spear swept towards Ye Immortal. They had charged out of the encirclement, but they were charging in the same direction as Ye Immortal. They were very close to each other, and Lu Ming naturally would not let go of this opportunity to attack. If possible, he wanted to kill Ye Immortal immediately. Ye Immortal was extremely talented and intelligent. He had limitless potential, and was many times more dangerous than Yi Qiuxian. It was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. Boom. Gu Changfeng also knew how to attack. He threw a punch. Ye Immortal could not completely block the combined attacks of two top experts. He barely managed to block Gu Changfeng's attack, but he could not block Lu Ming's attack. The god of battle spear struck Ye Immortal with a clang. Ye Immortal's body was sent flying like a cannonball. However, he was wearing a top-level origin-level armor, and could not be killed so easily. He was only severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no, Lu Ming and the others are escaping. Attack. Prince Kanglo, who was on a mountain in the distance, turned pale. He did not take action because he wanted to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. He wanted to let Lu Ming and the others fight to the death. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming would definitely die. Therefore, he did not take action. They did not want to see Lu Ming escape. Now that Lu Ming had broken out of the encirclement and was about to escape, they could not sit still anymore. Prince Kanglo and the other prince turned into two streaks of light and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, this is all I can do for you. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. Princess Songxian whispered. Then, there was a flash of light and she disappeared. Two more experts from the Tsangming tribe are here. Lu Ming's expression changed. He wanted to continue attacking Ye Immortal and take this opportunity to get rid of him. However, there was no time left. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Lord of the Underworld were charging towards him. Together with the two experts from the Tsangming tribe, he would not be able to escape if he was surrounded again. Not to mention, the creatures of the three forbidden grounds had many terrifying combined formations. Previously, these combined formations were far away, and they felt that the invincible divine masters were more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Therefore, they did not come in time. Now they were rushing over with all their might and could not afford any delay. Let's go. Lu Ming and the other two did not continue attacking Ye Immortal. Instead, they dashed into the distance like three streaks of lightning. Go after them. Don't even think about escaping. Yuan Wuji and Gaishak roared as they chased after Lu Ming and the others. The Primordial Light tribe and the Evil Yin tribe were good at speed. The four of them were astonishingly fast, and they gradually closed the distance between them and Lu Ming and the others. In fact, Lu Ming was not slow. However, Zixian was even faster. She flapped her ancient demon wings and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. She was even faster than Lu Ming. However, Gu Changfeng was slightly slower. Therefore, the distance between them and Yuan Wuji and the others was closing. Chapter 49-24. Senior Gu Changfeng, please enter my ancient desolation ring. Lu Ming sent a message to Gu Changfeng and opened the ancient desolation ring to let Gu Changfeng enter. After Gu Changfeng entered the ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming and Zixian were able to fly at full speed. They were not any slower than Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. As for the two experts of the Tsangming tribe and the combined formation, they could not catch up. Soon, they were left far behind until they could no longer be seen. Only Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji Gaishak and Lord of the Underworld were still following Lu Ming and Zixian. They were too fast. After a while, they flew out of the island and arrived at the sea. Purple Heaven Grotto had been severely damaged. The ground had cracked and seawater was pouring in. Huge waves were surging. Damn it! Yuan Wuji Gaishak and the others roared furiously. However, they could not catch up with Lu Ming and the others. They did not want to chase anymore. They might not be able to catch up even if they continued. Moreover, there were only 4 of them and 3 of Lu Ming's group. Even if they caught up with Lu Ming and the others, they could not do anything to them. Instead of wasting time, they might as well go back and plunder resources. After all, the most important goal of the 3 forbidden grounds was to plunder resources and awaken more of their people. Forget it. I'll let them go this time. Yuan Wuji was the first to stop. Once Yuan Wuji stopped, Yuan Liuji, the king of Spectre, and the king of Nether Demons stopped as well. They watched Lu Ming and Zixian disappear before their eyes. They had no choice but to return. When they saw Prince Kanglo and Zixian, they naturally questioned them about why they did not help them earlier. Naturally, Prince Tsangluo and Prince Tsangluo found a random excuse. Lu Ming and Zixian got rid of Yuan Wuji and the others and stopped on the sea. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changfeng appeared from the ancient desolation ring. Thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. Lu Ming, you don't have to thank me. Back then, you saved the demon race, so I have to repay my debt. This is my way of repaying you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything, Zixian said. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Miss Zixian, are we really going to become enemies? Lu Ming frowned slightly. If it was just me, I wouldn't care. However, this concerns the fate of the demon race. I can't ignore it. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to them. Zixian sighed. Lu Ming had a taboo body, and the power he controlled was the power of the universe. The stronger he was, the greater the suppression he would have on the abyssals. The cultivation of the abyssal race would become increasingly difficult, and in the end, it would be difficult for them to make any breakthroughs. If this continued, sooner or later, they would be destroyed. If other demons knew about this, even though Lu Ming had helped them before, he would probably become their enemy. After all, this was not a personal grudge, but a matter that concerned the survival of their race. Lu Ming could understand Zixian's thoughts. Furthermore, Zixian had now merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal, and represented the hope of the demon race. I can only try my best not to be your enemy, but no one can predict what the future will be like. See you again. Goodbye. Zixian cupped her fists and flapped her demon wings. She was already far away. Lu Ming, it was a good time to get rid of Zixian just now. After all, she has merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal, and has endless potential. I'm afraid she will be our greatest enemy in the future. Gu Changfeng said. Senior Gu, Zixian has just helped me, and you want me to attack her now? This is definitely not something I can do. Don't mention this again in the future. Lu Ming said in a deep voice, looking somewhat displeased. He had his principles. Although he and Zixian could not be considered as friends, before this, they were not considered as enemies either. Furthermore, Zixian had just helped him out of danger. How could he turn hostile and attack her immediately? Even if they were to become enemies in the future, they would meet on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, don't be angry. I was just testing you. You are indeed a good person who can distinguish between kindness and hatred. I like you. Gu Changfeng laughed heartily and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Is Heaven Destroyer destined to be the enemy of the demons? Lu Ming sighed and couldn't help but think of the future that the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, had seen. Tang Feng had seen that Heaven Destroyer would have a great battle with the demons in the future. In the beginning, the demons were controlled by the heavenly human race with the ancestral demon insect, and besieged the Heaven Destroyer's base. At that time, Lu Ming thought that was the future that Tang Feng had seen. But later, Lu Ming sneaked into the dark universe, and helped the demons get the ancestral demon blood crystal, and get rid of the ancestral demon insect. They fought against the heavenly human race together, and Heaven Destroyer, and the demons became allies. Lu Ming thought that the future that Tang Feng saw was wrong, or that he didn't see that far. But now it seemed that Tang Feng had seen even further. After going around in circles, Heaven Destroyer, and the demons were still going to become enemies in the end? It was because of him, and it was also because of him that they separated. The world was really strange. After all, Lu Ming was someone who had been through a lot. He adjusted his mood very quickly. Senior Gu, how did you and Zixian come here and find me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Even if Gu Changfeng and Zixian came to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom, how did they know about his whereabouts? Lu Ming didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that Gu Changfeng and Zixian happened to see him being besieged by Yi Immortal and the others. Also, Yi Immortal took out a dozen heads of Heaven Destroyer's men. Did you meet the Yi Immortal? Where are the others? How are they now? Before Gu Changfeng answered, Lu Ming asked a few more questions. More importantly, he had been keeping these questions in his heart for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask them all at once. Haha, look at how anxious you are. Don't worry, most of them are fine. Let me tell you in detail. Gu Changfeng smiled and told him everything that had happened in the past 2 years. It turned out that 2 years ago, Heaven Destroyer and the demons had been hiding near the realm aura with the 4 statues. After Lu Ming and the others left, they had been hiding there. A few months had passed just like that. Lion and the others guessed that the creatures in the realm aura should have left, and they sent people to investigate. But they didn't expect to attract the Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal arrived and killed hundreds of Heaven Destroyer and the demons. With Ye Immortal's combat strength, Heaven Destroyer and the demons were no match for Heaven Destroyer and the demons. If this continued, they would really be wiped out. At the critical moment, Zixian successfully merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal, and her combat strength increased tremendously. With the help of the demon ancestor blood crystal, she defeated Ye Immortal. After that, the two sides quickly moved to another place to hide. After Ye Immortal was defeated, he left the realm aura not long after. No one knew if he was afraid of Zixian's combat strength, or if he had something else to do. A few months later, there was almost no one in the realm aura. The heavenly human tribe, quasi-immortal tribe and the creatures in the realm aura had all left. Heaven Destroyer and the demons successfully found the 4 statues, and started to comprehend them according to Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 49-25. Gu Changfeng continued to talk about their experiences during this period of time. Heaven Destroyer and Fiend found the 4 statues, and began to comprehend them. They had heard from Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others how mysterious the statues were, so they were naturally looking forward to it. But after comprehending them, they found that Fiend couldn't comprehend them at all. To be more precise, Fiend was under the statues, but the statues didn't react at all. No matter what method they used, there was no reaction. But Heaven Destroyer's people comprehended under the statues, and the statues reacted. There were many different races in the Heaven Exterminating Army. The human race, the Heavenly Earth race, the Heavenly Heart race, the Primordial Divine Spirit race, and so on. But no matter what race they were, the statues would react, and they could all obtain heaven-defying fortunes under the statues. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. In the end, Fiend voluntarily gave up and Heaven Destroyer's people continued to comprehend. In the past 2 years, Heaven Destroyer's people had made great gains. Those with lower cultivations and weaker talents were able to improve their secret skills by leaps and bounds. As a result, their battle prowess had also improved significantly. Those with great talent had made even greater gains. Some people's secret arts had not only improved tremendously, but their power had also reached a new level, and they had even grasped the outline of Genesis arts. Even though it was just an outline, if word got out, who knew how many people would go crazy with envy? Once one grasped the outline of a Genesis art, it meant that one had taken half a step into the door of Genesis arts. Once one broke through to the origin realm in the future, comprehending Genesis arts would be 10 times or even 100 times easier. It should be said that many origin realm existences hadn't comprehended Genesis arts, and they were still struggling in the process of comprehending Genesis arts. Of course, the outline of a Genesis art couldn't be comprehended so easily. Those who could comprehend the outline were all top figures, such as Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Divine Lord Meng Su, and the others. They were all extremely talented figures who had been at the peak of the Divine Lord realm for a long time. Gu Changfeng, in particular, had comprehended a Genesis art in one go, which made his peak battle prowess soar. Once he used a Genesis art, he would be comparable to an invincible Divine Lord. This enlightenment had greatly increased the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer. The demons could only be envious. At this moment, the entire purple heaven wonderland was collapsing even more. Everywhere, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was a scene of doomsday. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, the Heaven Destroyer and the demons arranged for some of the weaker cultivators to take the crossing flying ship and leave Purple Heaven Cave first. Some of the stronger ones continued to stay in the Purple Heaven Cave to search for treasures. At the same time, Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin and Zixian were heading towards the Zishao Immortal Kingdom. Firstly, they wanted to try their luck in the Zishao Immortal Kingdom. Secondly, they wanted to see how Lu Ming and the others were doing. However, before they reached the Zishao Immortal Kingdom, they met Bubble halfway. Through Bubble, they learned about the current situation in the Zishao Immortal Kingdom. They followed Bubble and found the place where Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and Dandan were staying. Through Dandan and the others, they learned about the battle between Lu Ming and Ye Immortal. Because they were worried about Lu Ming's safety, Gu Changfeng and Zixian hurried over. Lu Ming knew everything that happened after that. I see. Elder Gu and the others met Bubble halfway. No wonder they could arrive so quickly and find me so accurately. Lu Ming had been puzzled. Even if Bubble had rushed back to find Gu Changfeng and the others, it should not have been so fast. It turned out that they had met halfway. At the same time, Lu Ming was relieved. Heaven Destroyer's losses were not that great. Although Yi Immortal had killed many people, some important people were still alive. Let's go back and find them, lest they worry, Lu Ming said. He immediately returned with Gu Changfeng and saw Xian Yanqing, Dandan and the others. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, Xian Yanqing and the others were naturally overjoyed. When they learned about Zixian, they all sighed. Over the years, they had cooperated with the demons and had become a force. The two sides could only gain a foothold in the universe ruins if they worked together. After parting ways with the demons, their strength would be greatly reduced, and the situation would be even more difficult in the future. They had to obtain more resources in the Zishao Grotto Heaven to increase the strength of the Heaven Destroyer, so that it would not be destroyed by other forces. They needed chaos gems, divine medicines and divine weapons. Most importantly, they needed the carrier of the combined attack array. With the carrier of the combined attack array, normal divine masters could make use of their advantage in numbers and defeat the stronger ones. Senior Lion, you're just in time. You can set up the combined attack array with Shaoqing and Dandan, Lu Ming said. The combined attack array in their hands needed 12 people to set it up perfectly. After all, it was a 12-person combined attack array. There were only 10 people including Lu Ming before, so it was impossible for them to make use of the true power of the combined attack array. They had always felt that the joint attack formation was no small matter. Although it was only a 12-person combined attack array, it was extremely mysterious. Once it was used perfectly, it would definitely be more powerful than other combined attack arrays. However, it would be a waste for Lu Ming to set up the combined attack array. Lu Ming already had the power of an invincible divine master, so it would be a waste for him to set up the combined attack array. He wouldn't be able to make use of his advantages. It was the same for Gu Changfeng. When he used Genesis techniques, his power was comparable to an invincible divine master. However, when setting up the combined attack array, using Genesis techniques wouldn't increase the power of the combined attack array. Instead, it would disrupt the balance of the combined attack array. Besides them, there were also Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shun, Tangjun, Qiuqiu and Guemo. There were a total of 9 people. In addition to Lion, Tangjian and Rongjin, there were 12 people. They could set up a perfect combined attack array. Lion, Tangjian and Rongjin naturally wouldn't refuse. Although Lion had the power of the strongest Lord of Heaven, Tangjian and Rongjin also had the power of the top Lord of Heaven. They could be considered experts below the origin level. However, in the current situation, facing the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds, this little bit of power was clearly not enough. Only by setting up the combined attack array would they be qualified to compete with the experts of the Forbidden Grounds. Only then would they be able to play a role in the later battles. In fact, there was another expert in the Heaven Destroyer who was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. He was Tiger, who was as famous as Lion. When the 20 strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Human Clan attacked the Heaven Destroyer base, Tiger had helped. However, Tiger had been injured and hadn't recovered. After the battle, he went back to sleep to recover. This time, he didn't enter the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. Lu Ming, what about you? What's your plan next? Dandan asked Lu Ming. The creatures of the 3 Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal joined forces to kill me. How can I let this matter go? Lu Ming grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Haha, I knew you wouldn't let this matter go. Tell me, what are you going to do? Dandan laughed. Chapter 49-26. The goal of the 3 Forbidden Lands is to obtain more resources and awaken more of their people. Therefore, they can't continue to work together. They will probably split up soon. When the time comes, Senior Gu and I will hunt down the people who are setting up the formation, so that they won't be able to set up the formation, Lu Ming said. Then he looked at Bubbles and said, Bubbles, I'll have to trouble you to investigate the movements of the 3 Forbidden Lands living beings. No problem, leave it to me. Bubble patted her small chest, and with a sway of her body, She disappeared from where she stood. Meanwhile, Dandan began to instruct Lion, Tangjian, and Rongjin to comprehend the formation of the formation. Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, and the others had already memorized the formation on the formation carrier, so there was no need for them to comprehend it. Lion, Tangjian, and Rongjin first needed to completely comprehend the runic formations in their respective carriers, before they could work together with others to set up the formations and polish their tacit understanding and cooperation. Time passed quickly and more than 10 days passed. Lion, Tangjian, and Rongjin had more or less finished comprehending when Bubble returned. At first, the three Forbidden Lands living beings worked together to search for Big Brother Lu Ming. However, in the past 2 days they have split up and each occupied a meridian. Moreover, they have sent their experts into the meridian. I believe that they have entered the meridian to investigate. Bubbles recounted what she had seen and heard over the past few days. With Bubbles' control of space-time, she could hide in the dark and observe. As long as her origin did not appear, no one would be able to discover her. Invincible divine masters were only powerful in battle. Their spiritual senses were definitely not comparable to a true origin. It seems that the living beings of the three Forbidden Lands can't wait any longer, and want to enter the meridian to seize the treasure. Lu Ming muttered. In fact, the heavenly abode divine light emitted from the meridian was not very strong recently. Not to mention invincible divine masters, even royal ambassadors would be able to block it and enter the meridian. However, the various factions still did not dare to enter, mainly because they were afraid that there would be heavenly abode divine beasts inside. The strength of the heavenly abode was too terrifying. Even the invincible divine masters could not withstand it. But now, the beings of the three great forbidden grounds could not wait any longer. They sent out a small number of experts to explore the Chi Meridian. If there were really heavenly abode beasts, the losses would be minimal. If there were none, they could enter the Chi Meridian to seize the resources. Lu Ming, do you want to fight? Gu Changfeng said with a murderous look in his eyes. Of course. Bubble, take us there. Lu Ming said. In order to silently kill the creatures of the forbidden area, and the people who set up the joint attack formation, they still needed Bubble's space-time power. If it were just Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng, they would have been discovered by the other party before they even got close. Although doing so would delay Bubble's run-in with the others, there was no better choice. However, it wasn't too bad that Bubble was one less person. Bubble was already very familiar with this joint attack formation. As long as the other 11 succeeded in breaking in, Bubble would join in later, and the breaking in speed would be very fast. Immediately, the three of them set off while the others continued to practice the joint attack formation. Let's go to the place where the Primordial Light Clan is located. It's closest to us, Bubbles said. Soon they arrived. The Primordial Light Clan occupied a Chi Meridian, and there were a few thousand of them scattered around the Chi Meridian. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji were guarding the two sides and glancing around. Lu Ming, do you know that those people set up the joint attack formation? Gu Changfeng asked. Roughly. Lu Ming nodded and said. Lu Ming might not know about those who set up the joint attack formation of 7, 9 or 12 people. But Lu Ming knew all about those who set up the joint attack formation of 21 or 18 people. When Lu Ming had agreed to fight with Ye Immortal, the creatures of the three great forbidden grounds had already set up the most terrifying joint attack formation to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's memory was amazing. He only glanced at it, and remembered the appearance and the life origin energy of those who set up the formation. Now it came in handy. Those. Lu Ming pointed out the members of the Primordial Light Clan who set up the joint attack formation of 21 or 18 people to Bubbles and Gu Changfeng. Then, they approached the Primordial Light Clan. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji didn't notice them because they were covered by the power of time and space. However, Bubbles' cultivation was limited after all. If she was too close to Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, they would definitely notice her. However, Lu Ming's target wasn't Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Attack! Lu Ming bellowed in a low voice and immediately made his move. The War God Spear suddenly pierced out. This was performed by using the heaven-splitting move. Its power was shocking as it charged toward the few experts from the Primordial Light Clan. At the same time, Gu Changfeng also attacked. He threw out the bright moon long-wind fist, and a terrifying fist aura blasted towards the primordial light clan. Lu Ming! Be careful. As soon as Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng attacked, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji discovered them. The two of them roared angrily and pounced on Lu Ming. However, it was too late. Uft, uft, uft. 3 elites of the primordial light clan were pierced by the spear radiance and killed. Forbidden power swept out and swept the 3 swords into the ancient desolation ring. These 3 swords were the carriers of the joint attack formation of 21 people. Without these 3 swords, the joint attack formation of 21 people was as good as useless. Gu Changfeng's fist aura was even more overbearing. It blasted down and killed 5 people in an instant. More than 10 people were seriously injured and sent flying. Of course, not all of them were the ones who had set up the joint attack formation. Only 3 of them were. The rest were hit by the fist aura. The carriers of the joint attack formation of the 3 people were also taken away by Gu Changfeng. Retreat. After the successful attack, Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated under the cover of the power of time and space, causing Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji's attacks to miss. It's the power of time and space. Lu Ming, you are courting death. Yuan Wuji roared as if he had gone crazy. Thousands of light beams shot out and filled the void. It was a shocking scene. However, Lu Ming and the others dodged easily and did not confront Yuan Wuji directly. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were not afraid of Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. However, there was no need to do so because their combat strength was on par with each other. Even if they fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, let alone kill each other. Hence, it was better to avoid fighting. Lu Ming and the others' target was not Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, but the other members of the primordial light clan. Swoosh! Lu Ming and the others kept flashing and appearing in another direction before continuing to attack. This time, Lu Ming used the ancient desolation style. A piece of land with a radius of 10 miles was formed and pressed down on the primordial light clan, attacking them indiscriminately. The ancient desolation style formed a real ancient desolation continent. On the continent, there were rays of light and mountains and lakes could be seen clearly. It carried the mighty power of the world as it pressed down. Suddenly, dozens of primordial light clan members were turned into ashes. Chapter 49-27. Lu Ming had used the desolation move to kill dozens of primordial light tribe members. Although only a few of them had set up a 21-man or 18-man formation, it was still enough. If they wanted to break the enemy's formation, they only needed to kill a few of them and snatch the carrier of the formation. That would be enough. When Lu Ming made his move, Gu Changfeng also made his move. He used the bright moon wind fist to kill more than 10 primordial light tribe members. After that, the 2 of them retreated quickly. Lu Ming, come out and fight me if you dare. Why are you acting so sneakily? Yuan Liuji shouted angrily. Gather together and set up the formation. Set up the formation. Yuan Liuji shouted and appeared above the heads of the other primordial light tribe members to prevent Lu Ming and the others from launching a sneak attack. The primordial light tribe members quickly gathered together and set up a joint attack array formation. 7-man joint attack formation, 9-man joint attack formation, 12-man joint attack formation. There were even 21-man formation. However, there was only one formation left of the 20-man joint attack. Originally, the primordial light clan had 4 21-man combined array formations. However, Lu Ming and the rest launched 2 sneak attacks and killed some of the people who had set up 3 of the 21-man combined array formations, snatching away the carriers of the combined array formations. This meant that the 3 21-man joint attack formations were now useless. Damn it! Damn it! Yuan Liuji shouted angrily, his face distorted. He was furious. He was really furious. He could not wait to fight with Lu Ming. However, the void was very quiet. Lu Ming and the others were nowhere to be seen. This was because Lu Ming and the others had already left. The other party had made strict preparations. It would be very difficult to launch a sneak attack. They have probably left to attack the malevolent Yin tribe or the Blue Sea tribe. Lu Ming is taking revenge on us. Should we inform the malevolent Yin tribe or the Blue Sea tribe? Yuan Liuji asked. Although they had said this, they did not dare to relax. They were on high alert. Why should we inform them? We've lost so many of our 21-man joint attack formations. Our overall strength is no longer as strong as the Dark Yin race and the Blue Sea race. We have to make them suffer, Yuan Wuji said with a cold glint in his eyes. In the end, the races of the 3 Forbidden Lands were in a competitive relationship. They weren't having a good time, so they naturally didn't want others to have a good time. Lu Ming's second target was the Baleful Yin race. The Baleful Yin race members also gathered around a Qi Vein. The Baleful Yin race and the others were much more guarded than the Primordial Light race. After all, the Baleful Yin race had already suffered greatly at the hands of Lu Ming and Bubbles last time. Gaishak and Netherfiend King did not dare to be careless. However, in the end, Lu Ming and the others still found a chance to strike. They killed dozens of Baleful Yin beings and destroyed several of their combined attack formations. Then they quickly left. According to the plan, the next step was to find the CC race. However, Lu Ming decided not to go in the end. Princess Zongxian of the CC race had always helped him. He still owed Princess Zongxian a favor. Moreover, the CC race members had not attacked Lu Ming at the beginning. Speaking of which, the CC race and Lu Ming did not have a deep grudge. Lu Ming clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He did not want to fight for the time being. Of course, if the CC race ended up like the Baleful Yin race and the Primordial Light race in the future, Lu Ming would definitely not be polite. Let's go. Let's return to the Primordial Light race, Lu Ming said. This was just the beginning. Lu Ming would not let it go so easily. The Primordial Light race members were still on full alert. They did not have a chance to strike yet. However, they were not in a hurry. They hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity. Time passed day by day. A few days later, Lu Ming and the others saw the Primordial Light race members coming out of the Qi Vein. The person who had entered the Qi Vein to investigate had to be a powerhouse on the same level as the Guangqian royal envoy. After coming out, he reported something to Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji were delighted when they heard this. Could there be no paradise divine beasts below the Qi Vein? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the expressions on Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji's faces. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji seemed to be in a discussion. After a while, more than a dozen figures headed down to the Qi Vein. The others continued to stay above the Qi Vein. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji did not go down either. Clearly, they did not dare go down. They wanted to stay above to guard against Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. The Primordial Light race members finally let down their guard. Lu Ming and the others did not appear again. Furthermore, the combined formation of the Primordial Light race could not be set up and operated continuously. Setting up a combined formation consumed a lot of energy. During this period of time, the Primordial Light tribe's joint attack formation had been set up. However, it was also very tiring and consumed a lot of the people setting up the formation. Once they let down their guard, Lu Ming and the others immediately attacked and killed dozens of Primordial Light race members in an instant. This made Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji go crazy. They roared angrily and attacked the void frantically. However, Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated and went to the Malevolent Yin race. They found an opportunity to launch another wave of attacks and kill dozens of Malevolent Yin race members. The members of the two races were about to go crazy. They gathered together and did not dare relax. Lu Ming and the others waited for a few more days before they realized that the Malevolent Yin race, the Primordial Light race, and the Blue Sea race had joined forces again. They gathered above a Qi Vein and reached some sort of agreement. They sent people into the Qi Vein to excavate resources while the Invincible Almighty stood guard above. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. There were 6 invincible almighties among the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands. They did not have a chance to attack. Once they were trapped, they would be in danger. They went back. Bubbles, did you find any trace of Yi Immortal a while ago? Lu Ming asked on the way. If they had found Yi Immortal, now would be the best time to attack. He and Gu Changfeng might be able to kill Yi Immortal if they joined forces. Even if they could not, they could severely injure him. No, this guy seems to have disappeared without a trace. I think he's hiding somewhere. Bubbles said. This guy is not easy to deal with. Lu Ming sighed. He was not too disappointed. Yi Immortal was not easy to deal with. Not long after they returned, Bubbles joined Dandan and the others to practice the formation. 12 silhouettes flashed, and a huge figure condensed into one. The figure was covered in a black and ferocious battle armor. The spikes on the armor were extremely sharp, and the aura it emitted was extremely cold. It was a pitch-black halberd with a sharp edge. Its entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. Indeed, the aura of a formation formed by 12 people is completely different. It's much stronger than a formation formed by 10 people. This joint attack formation is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chapter 49-28. The carrier of the combined attack array was found under a small Qi meridian. The Qi meridian was not big, and there were no buildings on it. It was obvious that no one lived there in the last era. However, there was a dwelling beneath such a small vein of Qi. It was concealed by a formation and was extremely well hidden. If it were not for the collapse of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven and Dandan's extremely sensitive perception of formations, they probably would not have discovered it. Lu Ming and the others had obtained 2 things from the cave residents. One was the combined attack array of 12 people, and the other was a book. Lu Ming and the others did not recognize the words on it. They had judged that it was from the last era. However, when Lion translated those scrolls previously, Lu Ming conveniently passed this book to Lion, so that it could translate the content in the book. However, Lu Ming was disappointed. Lion did not recognize the words on it either. Lion speculated that the words on it were either very obscure words from the last era or not from the last era. Lu Ming could only keep it and slowly explore the contents in the future. He vaguely felt that this book was extraordinary. The carrier of the combined attack array that was placed together with this book could not be ordinary. It was indeed very powerful. However, Lu Ming could see that the black-armored warrior was not very solid yet. This was because Lion, Tangjian, and Rong Jin did not have a good rapport with the others. They needed to continue working together. The 12 of them continued to work on the array formation. Only Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were free. By the way, Senior Gu, I would like to ask you something. When a forbidden body reaches the 9th level Divine Master Realm, does the universal bridge formed end at the cosmic sea, or does it continue to extend? Lu Ming began to ask about the universal bridge. His universal bridge, which was the Yellow Mud Road, continued to extend after it reached the cosmic sea. It was blocked by a layer of barrier. He wanted to continue to look, but could not do so. He had known for a long time that other cultivators were not like this. However, he was not sure if it was the same for other forbidden bodies. He had wanted to ask Gu Changfeng for advice. Now that he was free, he naturally could not miss it. It continues to extend? Strange. Hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Gu Changfeng was amazed. Senior, are you not? Lu Ming asked. No, my cosmic bridge is no different from the others. As far as I know, the other taboo bodies are the same as mine. I've never heard of a situation like yours. Could it be that the taboo bodies have mutated? Or is it because you have successfully cultivated the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Gu Changfeng murmured. He could not figure it out either. The other taboo bodies are different from mine. How am I different from the other taboo bodies? Is it really because I comprehended the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming's mind kept spinning. He had a vague feeling that things were not that simple. His cosmic bridge was already different from others when it was first formed. It was a yellow muddy road. On the yellow muddy road, there was a pool of blood. That pool of blood also contained a terrifying power. Twice, it had caused his battle prowess to skyrocket at critical moments. At that time, he had yet to comprehend the 3,000 ancient secret skills. I'll have to ask Senior Fei Huang or Senior Tang Feng in the future. Lu Ming thought and hid the questions he couldn't figure out. Then, Lu Ming asked Gu Changfeng some questions about cultivation. Gu Changfeng's power had already reached the peak of the Divine Master level. If he hadn't been injured and had been in a deep sleep, he would have reached the origin level. So Gu Changfeng had a lot of ideas about how to reach the peak of the Divine Master level. Lu Ming could also learn from him. 7 days passed quickly. Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Lion, and the rest of the 12 people's joint attack array had finally reached a perfect state. Once they cast it, a ferocious black-armored warrior appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It was as if the invincible warrior of the previous era had come back to life. Even Lu Ming felt pressured. Once they attacked, their power would definitely be extraordinary. At the same time, Lu Ming asked Bubbles to go out and check the movements of the creatures in the forbidden ground. Bubbles left, but soon came back and brought back the movements of the creatures in the forbidden ground. The evil Yin race, Yuanguang race and Songming race were still working together, but they had left the meridian last time and went to a neighboring one. But this time, the invincible divine masters like Gaishak, Lord of Hell, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji and Prince Kanglo weren't there. Even the overlords at the level of Lord Guangqian weren't there. However, almost all the masters who had set up the combined attack were there. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji and the others aren't here. Did they go deep into the meridian to dig for deity crystals and deity stones? Lu Ming had an idea. If that was the case, it would be another chance to kill the creatures in the forbidden ground and break their combined attack. But was it really that simple? Not long ago, the Dark Spectre clan and the Primordial Light clan had already suffered a great loss at Lu Ming's hands. It had only been a few days, and these people had already forgotten the pain, and were no longer guarding against Lu Ming? Or was there a conspiracy? There's someone outside, Dandan suddenly said and looked to the north. Lu Ming and the others also looked in that direction. A figure was walking through the air in the north. It's her Princess Tsongxian. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The person was Princess Tsongxian of the Tsongming race. It's someone from the Tsongming race. She seems to be looking in our direction. Has she discovered us? Myriad gods said. Impossible. I've set up a concealment formation. My concealment formation is silent and doesn't leave any traces. I don't believe anyone below the origin realm can discover it, Dandan said. Dandan said. She was very confident in her array formation. However, Dandan shut up very soon. He was tongue-tied and his eyes were wide open. This was because Princess Tsongxian had stopped not far away. She was clearly looking at them with a faint smile on her face. Lu Ming, I know there's a concealment formation here. You're inside the formation. There's no need to hide. Show yourself. Princess Tsongxian said. What? She really discovered us? Dandan was in disbelief. The others' expressions changed as well. Had the creatures from the 3 forbidden grounds arrived? Looks like we've really been discovered. Let's go out and meet her. Lu Ming said. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Lu Ming and the others stepped out and left the range of the concealment formation. They appeared in the air. Princess Tsongxian's expression showed that she knew it. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan Guemo, Sure, and the others scanned the surroundings and released their spiritual senses. They were ready for a battle. Don't worry. I'm the only one here. There's no one else. Princess Tsongxian smiled. Chapter 49-29. I really want to know, how did you find this place? Lu Ming asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he had cooperated with Princess Tsongxian once and she had helped him, he was still wary of Princess Tsongxian. He always felt that Princess Tsongxian was very mysterious. If she wasn't mysterious, why would the princess of the Tsongming clan cooperate with Lu Ming? Why would she help Lu Ming? According to Yi Wuxiu, the living beings of the 3 forbidden lands were not living beings of the primitive universe. Lu Ming had a taboo body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the suppression of the primitive universe on them. Any creature of the forbidden lands would probably want to kill Lu Ming. Why would they cooperate with Lu Ming and help Lu Ming? There were many suspicious points about this. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't dare to take this woman lightly. Of course it's because of this little sister that I found this place. Princess Tsongxian smiled at Bubbles. Because of me. Bubbles was stunned. Although the power of space-time is profound, and one's movements are soundless, capable of reversing space-time, unless one's cultivation is much higher than one's, it will be very difficult to discover one's tracks. However, it just so happens that I am extremely sensitive to any kind of energy fluctuation. This is the same for space-time. Not long ago, you were observing the creatures of the 3 great forbidden lands. No one else noticed, but I did. I secretly followed you. Your figure disappeared here. Needless to say, there must be a concealment array here. Princess Songxian explained with a smile. She was always so confident and calm. Her cultivation was clearly only at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. But she wasn't afraid at all when facing Lu Ming and so many other experts. This woman is really not simple to be able to detect Bubble's power of time and space. Fortunately, this woman seems to be different from the other creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Otherwise, Lu Ming thought to himself, feeling a little scared. If this woman was like the other creatures of the Forbidden Lands and wanted to kill him, it would be extremely dangerous. Just imagine if 5 or 6 invincible divine lords, a group of Guangqian imperial emissaries, and a bunch of joint attack formations suddenly appeared and surrounded them. They would be in grave danger. The expressions of the others were also somewhat ugly. Clearly, they had the same thoughts as Lu Ming. What brings you here today? Could it be that you want to raise that condition with me? Lu Ming asked. Princess Songxian shook her head and said, No, I came here today to help you. Oh, I believe you already know that the Primordial Light Tribe, the Baleful Een Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe have joined forces. Furthermore, the strongest unrivaled divine masters are not here. This is actually a trap to lure you into action. Although the strongest people aren't here, there are source-grade formations set up in the surroundings. Once you make a move, you'll fall into the source-grade formations. Princess Songxian said. An origin-grade formation. Lion, Autumn Moon, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He already believed Princess Songxian's words in his heart, because he already felt that the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands were behaving abnormally. If they had set up an origin-grade formation and were waiting for him to take the bait, then it would make sense. That's the first problem. Next is the second problem. I want to remind you that the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands have sent people to investigate the 9 meridians here. There are no giant beasts condensed from the heavenly divine light below. The 3 tribes have joined forces to plunder the meridians one by one. At the same time, Lu Ming can also take action and plunder the other meridians. Princess Songtian said. Why are you telling me the second problem? Lu Ming asked, looking at Princess Songxian in confusion. If she told him the first problem, it would be easy to understand. After all, Lu Ming promised to help Princess Songxian once, but he hadn't helped Princess Songxian yet. How could Princess Songxian let Lu Ming be killed by Yuan Wuji, Gaishak, and the others? But the second problem was not easy to explain. Everyone knew that the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands needed all kinds of resources the most, such as immortal crystals, immortal stones, and various levels of divine herbs. And these resources were the most abundant under the meridians. The creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands would plunder the meridians, one by one. In the end, each tribe would be able to get the resources of 3 meridians. This was definitely a huge amount of resources that could awaken more creatures of the Forbidden Lands. This should be more beneficial for Princess Songxian. But why did Princess Songxian tell Lu Ming and let Lu Ming and the others go to other meridians to plunder resources? This was clearly snatching resources from the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands. What benefits would this bring to Princess Songxian? Take a guess. Princess Songxian said with a smile, smiling like a little fox. There's no need to guess, because you're not from the Tsangming clan at all. A voice sounded. It was Xian Yanqing. Oh. Princess Songxian's expression didn't change. She was still very calm. However, the others looked at Xian Yanqing curiously, including Lu Ming. Princess Songxian wasn't from the Tsangming clan? They clearly saw Princess Songxian with the other experts of the Tsangming clan before. Could it be that someone else was impersonating her? How did Xian Yanqing see through it? Xian Yanqing stared at Princess Songxian with bright eyes and said, Your disguise technique is indeed brilliant. You can even disguise the aura of life origin. I'm afraid even an ordinary life origin wouldn't be easily seen through. Unfortunately, I'm too familiar with you, Dark Knight Rose. What? Dark Knight Rose? This woman is Dark Knight Rose? Lu Ming was shocked. How many years had it been? Ever since the universe was in chaos and the universe recovered from ruins, Dark Knight Rose, Di Jiani and the others had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that Princess Songxian was really Dark Knight Rose in disguise? You don't have to pretend. Although your appearance and aura of life origin have changed, your expression, even your eyes, and some of your small habits can't be hidden from my eyes. I can confirm that you are Dark Knight Rose, Xian Yinqing said. Ever since Princess Songtian appeared, Xian Yinqing hadn't said a word. She had been secretly observing Princess Songxian, because when she first saw Princess Songxian, she felt a sense of familiarity. Ha ha ha. Princess Songxian laughed so hard that her body trembled. As she laughed, her appearance and the aura of her life origin began to change drastically. In the end, her appearance completely changed. Although she was still beautiful, she didn't look like Princess Songxian at all. Dark Knight Rose. It was really Dark Knight Rose. I see. Lu Ming finally knew why Dark Knight Rose reminded him, and why she wanted them to search for the resources in the realm meridians. Because she wasn't from the Tsangming tribe. Although Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose didn't have a good relationship, it was better than falling into the hands of the creatures in the Forbidden Land. The creatures in the Forbidden Land could be said to be the common enemy of all the creatures in the primitive universe. Chapter 4930. Princess Songxian was the Dark Knight Rose, which explained a lot of things. The resources in the meridians would be better off in Lu Ming's hands than in the hands of the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I didn't plan to keep it a secret from you. The Dark Knight Rose smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I helped you again. Remember, you still owe me a favor. After saying that, Dark Knight Rose quickly retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Dark Knight Rose is getting more and more mysterious. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that he couldn't see through the Dark Knight Rose anymore. When the Dark Knight Rose met Xian Yinqing for the first time, she was obviously afraid of Xian Yinqing. But this time she wasn't afraid of Xian Yinqing at all. Instead, she was very calm. Moreover, this woman's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. This speed of improvement wasn't any slower than the rest of them. This showed how talented this woman was. More importantly, she was able to sneak into the Tsangming tribe and become the princess of the Tsangming tribe. The Tsangming tribe didn't notice at all. This made it even more difficult. It could be speculated that the Dark Knight Rose most likely used the identity of Princess Songxian to enter the Purple Heaven Grotto. The real Princess Songxian was most likely killed by the Dark Knight Rose. Xiaoqing, how much do you know about the Dark Knight Rose? Lu Ming asked Xian Yinqing. The others also looked at Xian Yinqing. The Dark Knight Rose is the one and only sky-devouring rose in the universe. Of course, she was the one who told me this name. When I first met her, she was still very weak, so I signed a contract with her. Nominally, she was my pet. However, I have never treated her as a pet, but as a sister. However, she is very ambitious and has always wanted to get rid of me and become the master of the universe. However, she has never succeeded. Later, 60 stellar years ago, a great war broke out between us and the Heavenly Palace. She and I both died in that war. I didn't expect that we would reincarnate together. Xian Yinqing said. Do you know where she came from? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. The heaven-devouring rose is unique in the universe. It must have parents. Could it have jumped out of a stone? Or was it like the bone demon or the primordial divine spirit, born from heaven and earth? Dandan added. Xian Yinqing shook his head and said, I don't know. Back then, I asked her, but she didn't know either. Do you feel that Dark Knight Rose is a little different from before? Lu Ming said. It is indeed different, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Xian Yinqing frowned. Lu Ming, what did you promise her? Then Xian Yinqing changed the topic and asked. I'll help her do something in Xixia Grotto Heaven. Lu Ming said. We still have to be careful of her. She's full of tricks. We have to be careful, Xian Yinqing said. Don't worry. I promised her something on the premise that I won't put myself in danger. Lu Ming smiled. Then what are we going to do next? Are we going to dig out the treasures in the meridians? Dandan said. His eyes lit up when he talked about treasures. Qiuqiu's eyes also lit up. Its 2 rows of teeth were already chattering. Of course we're going to dig out those treasures. We can't let the creatures of the forbidden ground take advantage of us. But before that, let's check which meridian the creature is on, Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming asked the others to enter the ancient desolation ring. He and Bubbles headed towards the meridian where the creature was. Sure enough, the creature had already changed to another meridian. Obviously, the treasures in the previous meridian had already been taken. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak and the others were not there. Only the ordinary creatures of the forbidden ground were scattered around the meridian, looking alert. Lu Ming let Dandan out of the ancient desolation ring. Dandan sensed a terrifying array formation. Anya Rose was right. The creature of the forbidden ground had indeed set up an origin-level array formation here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait. Let's go to the other meridian. Then Lu Ming and the others left. They went in the opposite direction of the meridian, and came to another meridian on the other side of the island. There's a surveillance array formation around this meridian. Dandan stood in the void and sensed it. It seems that the creature of the forbidden ground set it up here. As soon as we appear, we will be discovered by them, Xian Yinqing said. Dandan, can you find all the surveillance arrays here and break them? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but once you break them, the creatures of the forbidden ground will immediately sense it, Dandan said. It's okay. At most, we'll change to another meridian, Lu Ming said. Okay. Dandan nodded and began to act. Soon, all the surveillance arrays were found. Lu Ming and the others acted and all the surveillance arrays were broken. Then they quickly left and came to another meridian. The creatures of the forbidden ground had also set up a surveillance array around this meridian. They repeated the same trick, and let Dandan find it and break it. Then they left and came to the third meridian. This meridian also had a surveillance array set up by the creatures of the forbidden ground. It seemed that the creatures of the forbidden ground had all set up surveillance arrays around the island. As long as others appeared, they would be sensed by the creatures of the forbidden ground. Lu Ming and the others destroyed all the surveillance arrays around the remaining meridian. After that, Dandan himself set up a surveillance array around the meridian. Then he randomly chose a meridian and rushed in. The surveillance arrays around 7 meridian were all broken. The creatures of the forbidden ground couldn't figure out which meridian Lu Ming and the others would enter. Even if they came with a large force, it wouldn't be easy to find Lu Ming and the others. Even if they found them, there were surveillance arrays set up by Dandan around the meridian. They could find the other party in advance and escape in advance. There's most likely a top source level divine medicine in this meridian. We can't let it escape. I'll set up the array first, Dandan said. After entering the meridian, Dandan turned into his original form and began to set up arrays along the way. His turtle shell glowed, and endless runes flew out and disappeared into the walls and the void. That kind of top source level divine medicine was too good at escaping. It was too fast. If they weren't careful, they would escape. Only by setting up the array in advance could they be confident of taking the top source level divine medicine. They went all the way down and set up arrays. After setting up arrays in this direction, they went to another direction to set up arrays. Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Compared to the value of the top source level divine medicine, these preparations were not worth mentioning. After setting up arrays in all directions, they landed at the bottom of the meridian. Chapter 49:31. As soon as they landed at the bottom of the meridian, they found a large number of immortal stones and major divine herbs. They began to loot without hesitation. After that, they continued to move forward. Finally, they arrived at the center of the meridian and found a huge immortal stone vein. Just like what they had found before, the vein was densely packed with immortal stones that were embedded in transparent rocks. In order to save time, they did not dig out the immortal stones one by one. Instead, they dug out the entire vein. This process took them a few days. Fortunately, the beings of the Forbidden Lands did not come over these few days. They were probably busy digging for their own resources. Whoosh! In the end, the entire vein of immortal stones was stored in Lu Ming's ancient desolate ring. Why didn't we find any top source level divine herbs? Dandan's eyes darted around as he scanned the surroundings. During this period, They had found a few ordinary source-level divine herbs, but there was no sign of any top source-level divine herbs. Logically speaking, there should be at least one top source-level divine herb in such a large meridian. Could it have escaped before we came in? That's not impossible. Everyone discussed. A top source-level divine herb had escaped from the first meridian that they had landed in. In the end, it had fallen into the hands of the Yi Immortal. It was not impossible that the top source-level divine herb in this meridian had escaped long ago. Let's look around. If we can't find it, we'll go to the next meridian, Lu Ming said. They did not have much time left. The beings of the three forbidden lands worked together to dig out resources at an astonishing speed. Not long ago, Dandan discovered through the surveillance array that the beings of the forbidden lands had moved one meridian. They had already started on the third one. They had to speed up to get a piece of meat from the beings of the forbidden lands. Immediately, everyone spread out their spiritual senses to search for top source-level divine herbs. This time, it did not take long for them to find something. Over here, quick! Tang Jun suddenly shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others rushed towards Tang Jun without hesitation. That is, Lu Ming immediately discovered that there was a light flickering on Tang Jun's side, rushing into the distance. A stalk of divine medicine. That's right, it was a top-grade origin-grade divine herb. It turned out that the top-grade source-level divine medicine in this meridian had not escaped, but had been hiding in the dark all this time. When Lu Ming and the others spread out to search, they seemed to know that they could no longer hide, so they quickly fled and were discovered by Tang Jun. Lu Ming and the others pushed their speed to the limit, especially Bubble, whose speed was the fastest. She was almost as fast as a top-tier source-grade divine herb. Space-time power. Bubble thrust out a palm, and the void rippled like water. The power of space-time quickly gushed out and enveloped the top-grade source-grade divine herb. Suddenly, the top-grade source-grade divine herb's speed was greatly reduced, as if it had fallen into a swamp. But in the next moment, the top-grade source-grade divine herb's entire body glowed, and its speed suddenly increased again. In an instant, it rushed through the space-time power and continued to flee. What a powerful divine herb! This top-grade source-grade divine herb had no other abilities except for its ability to escape. It was not easy to catch up to it alone. Soon they arrived at the edge of the meridian. Array rise! At this moment, Dandan shouted in a low voice, and the turtle shell glowed. Immediately, dense runes appeared in the void, and these runes intertwined to form an array. All of them were trapping arrays. Countless threads appeared in the void like an inescapable net, enveloping the top-grade source-grade divine herb. There was no way to escape at all. The divine herb glowed, wanting to rush through these arrays. However, Lu Ming and the others had already arrived. Space-time power. Heavenly Demon Field. Bubble and Xian Yanqing attacked one after another. Two powerful forces supported the array and enveloped the top-grade source-grade divine herb. This time, the top-grade source-grade divine herb could no longer escape. Lu Ming condensed a large hand and grabbed it into the Chaos Ring. Divine herbs of all grades were stored in the Chaos Ring, because they could be planted in the Chaos Ring. When not in use, they could preserve their medicinal properties. If they were stored in a storage ring and not used for a long time, their medicinal properties would definitely dissipate. With the top-grade source-grade divine herb in their hands, everyone smiled. This was definitely a great harvest. This trip was not in vain. However, they did not continue to delay. They immediately rushed to the second meridian and began to plunder resources. Dandan repeated the same trick and set up many trapping arrays in all directions of the meridian. This time, it didn't take long for them to find a top-grade source-grade divine herb in this meridian. A top-tier source-grade divine herb naturally fled as fast as it could. However, the outcome was already determined. When it reached the edge of the area, Dandan activated the array formation. Then Xian Yanqing, Bubbles and the others joined forces and successfully captured the top-tier source-grade divine herb. 3 of them. Since entering the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they had already obtained 3 of these top-grade source-grade divine herbs. As for ordinary source-grade divine herbs, they had even more. There was also a huge immortal stone vein in this meridian. Everyone worked hard to excavate it. Not good. Halfway through, Dandan suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong? Did the creatures of the Forbidden Lands come to this meridian?" Bubble quickly asked. The others' faces also changed. If the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands happened to come to this meridian, they would have to give up on digging and retreat in advance. "No, it's the monitoring array formation I set up. It's all been destroyed," Dandan said. "Is it from this meridian or the other meridian?" Lu Ming asked. "It's from all the meridian. Just now, the surveillance array I set up around all the meridian was destroyed. It must be the doing of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands," Dandan said. "It's all destroyed. It seems that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands are about to make a move," Lu Ming said with a solemn expression. Once the surveillance array was destroyed, they couldn't grasp the whereabouts of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. If the creatures of the Forbidden Lands entered this meridian, they wouldn't be able to detect them. "Let's continue digging." Dandan set up surveillance arrays at all the exits of the meridian. "Once the creatures of the Forbidden Lands come here, we'll retreat in another direction," Lu Ming said. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands probably didn't know which meridian they were under. According to what Dandan saw through the surveillance array, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had already plundered 3 meridians in a row and entered the 4th. The 4th meridian was probably almost completely plundered. Of the 9 meridians, there were still 5 that had not been plundered by the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. There was a 1/5 chance that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands might not coincidentally enter this meridian. They still had time. He was truly unwilling to give up on an entire immortal stone vein after excavating half of it. Chapter 49-32. Dandan went to set up the formation, while Lu Ming and the others continued to dig. Fortunately, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands did not come to this meridian. After 2 meridians, they successfully dug out the entire meridian. Then they left the meridian. Sure enough, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands have set up a surveillance formation around the meridian. "Watch me break it." Lu Ming and the others floated above the meridian. Dandan glanced around. The turtle shell glowed, and a large number of runes flew out, breaking the surveillance formation around the meridian. "Let's go. Our whereabouts must have been discovered by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands," Lu Ming said. Since the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had set up another surveillance formation around the meridian, they would have been discovered when they flew out of the meridian. Perhaps the experts of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had already come. It was not good to stay for long. Lu Ming and the group left the place quickly. They only came to a stop after flying for a long distance. Now, the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands must have entered the 5th meridian. "We have already dug out 2, so there are 2 more left. Do you want to go?" Dandan asked, looking at Lu Ming and the others. "If we go now, the chances of encountering the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands are too high." Lion shook his head. There were still 2 meridian that had not been dug out, and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had set up surveillance formations around the meridian. Even if Dandan could break these surveillance formations, the chances of encountering the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were still very high. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had 6 invincible divine masters, and a large number of Guangqian imperial envoys. Once they were surrounded, they would be doomed. "Forget it. Let's wait for the ancient city in the middle." Lu Ming also shook his head and gave up on digging the meridian. Their strength was still too weak. If they were as strong as the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands, they would not have to be afraid. They could compete with the other party openly. The others did not object. They came to the ancient city in the middle, and found a more remote place, where Dandan set up a concealment formation. They intended to wait here. As the meridians collapsed one by one, the resources inside were dug out. The ancient city could no longer absorb energy, and the power of the formations around the city walls became weaker and weaker. He believed that it would not be long before the array around the city walls dissipated. At that time, he believed that he would be able to enter the ancient city. This ancient city might very well be the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Empire. A place where an immortal was in charge was definitely not a small matter. Divine weapons, divine medicines, immortal stones, immortal crystals, joint attack array carriers, All kinds of ancient books, chi refinement arts, and so on. Just thinking about this made people's hearts burn. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, Lu Ming suddenly received a voice transmission. It was from Firmament, saying that there was something important to discuss with him. Song Qiong, you also came here? I thought no one from the quasi-immortal race came. Lu Ming muttered. As the number of experts in the forbidden area increased, it could be said that experts were as common as clouds on this island, and the quasi-saint race was gradually not enough. This was because the quasi-immortal race did not have an invincible divine master expert overseeing it. It was very difficult for them to compete with other forces. Lu Ming originally thought that the quasi-immortal race had not come to this island. Now it seemed that the quasi-immortal race had come, but they were hiding in the dark. Lu Ming, the quasi-immortal race's people, be careful of traps. Xian Yinqing warned. They did not forget the battle between Lu Ming and the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal and the three races of the forbidden area had joined forces, and Lu Ming had almost been in danger. Who knew if Firmament would also join forces with the three races of the forbidden area to trick Lu Ming? They had to be on guard. As if afraid that Lu Ming would be on guard, Firmament sent another message. Brother Lu, the celestial race and the creatures of the forbidden area are not from this universe, which is why they are hostile to you. My quasi-immortal race is a native of the primitive universe, and we have the same origin. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it is for my race. Why would we harm you? It seemed that Firmament already knew that the Yi Immortal and the three races of the forbidden area had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Furthermore, Firmament also knew the secret of the forbidden power. The quasi-immortal race really knew a lot of secrets. However, as Firmament had said, Firmament had no reason to join forces with the creatures of the forbidden area. But he had to be on guard. Lu Ming replied to Firmament that Lu Ming had set the location and time to meet. Soon after, Lu Ming set off with Dandan and Bubbles. Bringing along Dandan was to prevent them from being tricked by the creatures of the forbidden area. Bringing along Bubbles would allow them to escape quickly. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the destination. Dandan observed for a while, and didn't find any formation fluctuations in the surroundings. However, they didn't show themselves immediately. Instead, they continued to cover their bodies with the space-time force, and hid in the dark to observe. Soon after, a figure arrived at lightning speed. Who else could it be other than Firmament? Firmament was the only one who came. After confirming that there was no danger, Lu Ming showed himself. Brother Lu. Firmament was delighted to see Lu Ming. He cupped his fists and greeted him. Brother Firmament, you said there was something important. May I know what it is? Lu Ming went straight to the point. There is a great opportunity that I want to share with Brother Lu. Firmament smiled. There is a great opportunity that you want to share with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. If there was really a great opportunity, why would Firmament share it with Lu Ming? Would he be so kind? Unless Firmament couldn't handle it himself and needed Lu Ming's help. Firmament remained calm and said, I wonder if Brother Lu has heard of the Origin Divine Tea. Origin Divine Tea. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Origin Divine Tea only exists in legends. Is there really such a miraculous medicine in the world? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The origin of a legend is often true. It's just that too much time has passed, or perhaps the majority of people have never seen it before. That's why it became a legend. Divine Origin Tea naturally exists, but it's just too rare. However, not long ago, I discovered traces of it. Firmament Path. Really? Where is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had naturally heard of the Origin Divine Tea. It could allow a 9th-tier Divine Master to quickly break through and reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm. To reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm from the 9th-tier Divine Master Realm, one had to slowly accumulate the power of Origin. It was very difficult to do so overnight. Even though Lu Ming had a clear understanding of the origin in the cosmic sea, and his speed of comprehending the origin was dozens, or even hundreds of times faster than ordinary people, it would still take a long time to break through. However, the Origin Divine Tea could directly skip this process in a short time. Once he obtained the Origin Divine Tea, his cultivation would quickly break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm, Who below the origin would be his match? At that time, wouldn't he be invincible in Purple Heaven Hollow? Even if there were many experts in the Forbidden Land, he wouldn't be afraid. Wouldn't the treasures in the ancient city in the center be at his disposal? Not only him, but if he obtained enough Origin Divine Tea leaves, Xian Yinqing Autumn Moon, and the others could also reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm. Chapter 49:33. Now there were still close to 8,500 years until the end of the Origin Tribulation. As long as they reached the peak of the Divine Lord Realm, they could use these 8,000 years to consolidate and accumulate. With the help of top source grade divine herbs, they might be able to reach the Origin Realm after the Origin Tribulation. Thinking of this, even with Lu Ming's temperament, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. It's on this island, in a dark red mountain range. But there's an extreme in corpse there. Firmament path. It's that dark red mountain range. Lu Ming's expression changed. There was only one dark red mountain range where an extreme in corpse lived, so Lu Ming naturally knew about it. There were 3 dark red regions on this island, all of which had extreme in corpses and golden-eyed in corpses guarding them. 2 of them were plains, while the last one was a mountain range. The Origin Divine Tea was actually in this region. This was troublesome. There was a golden-eyed in corpse guarding it, as well as a large number of other extreme in corpses. It wouldn't be easy to obtain the Origin Divine Tea in this region. That region has a golden-eyed in corpse guarding it. The golden-eyed in corpse is known as an extreme in corpse king, and its battle strength is terrifying. Even divine lords might not be its match. Moreover, who knows how many extreme in corpse kings there are in that region. It won't be easy to obtain the Origin Divine Tea. It's very dangerous, Lu Ming said. Actually, we don't have to fight to the death with the extreme in corpse. The golden-eyed in corpses and silver-eyed in corpses here are extremely intelligent. We can cooperate with them. Firmament path. Cooperate with the extreme in corpse? How is that possible? The extreme in corpse wants to kill all the outsiders that come here. Why would it cooperate with us? Lu Ming asked. It might not be impossible. Brother Lu, do you know why the extreme in corpse wants to kill outsiders? Firmament path. Lu Ming didn't say anything, waiting for the firmament path's answer. I've sent people back to my clan to look up more ancient books about the extreme in corpse and obtain more information. According to that information, I speculate that the extreme in corpse wants to kill outsiders because of the immortal's molting. Firmament path. The molting of an immortal? Lu Ming was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. The molting of an immortal is a part of the essence left behind by an immortal after he passes away. It's a peerless treasure. Firmament path. Lu Ming was stunned. Transcendents were also known as immortals. What kind of existences were they? In any case, Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. Anything that involved immortals was no small matter. Needless to say, it was a part of the immortal body's essence. It was simply a priceless treasure. There was an immortal's molting on this island? According to the latest information, the Absolute In corpse should be produced by the Absolute In tribe. The Absolute In corpse is similar to the living beings of the 3 great forbidden lands. In the last era, it was also a living being of a terrifying forbidden land. I speculate that in the last era, the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom should have had a great battle with the Absolute In tribe. Moreover, it was definitely an immortal-level battle. You should know that the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom had an immortal guarding it. If it wasn't for an immortal-level battle, the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom wouldn't have been destroyed. It is very likely that 2 immortal-level powerhouses had a great battle. In the end, both sides were injured and passed away, leaving behind the immortals molting. And the Absolute In corpse of the Purple Firmament Grotto is very likely produced by the immortal-level powerhouse of the Absolute In tribe. The blood of the immortal-level powerhouse of the Absolute In tribe flows on the 3 dark red lands. The Zhangqiang path shared his speculations with Qin Nan. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. This was because he felt that the firmament path speculations were very logical and logical. He recalled that Gaishak had once mocked the golden-eyed In corpse when he fought with it, saying that the golden-eyed In corpse was of mixed blood. In other words, the absolute Een corpse of the Purple Firmament Grotto was a member of the Purple Firmament Grotto. It was because of the immortal level powerhouse of the absolute Een tribe that it became an absolute Een corpse. Its bloodline was naturally not pure, and it was not a true absolute Een tribe member. Also, whether it was the primordial light tribe or the baleful Een tribe, they knew the weakness of the absolute Een corpse. Even without the blue firestone, they could easily defeat the absolute Een corpse. If the absolute Een tribe was also a creature of the Forbidden Land, then it made sense. They knew each other better. All the clues came together, and the things that he did not understand in the past suddenly became clear. I think that the ancient city is the place where the immortal level powerhouses fought. The Immortals molting is also there. If the absolute Een corpse wants to obtain the Immortals molting of the absolute Een tribe member, it will naturally chase away outsiders. They are afraid that outsiders will snatch the Immortals molting from them. But now the creatures of the Forbidden Land have gathered. There are many powerhouses, and their strength is completely above the absolute Een corpse. With the creatures of the Forbidden Land, it will be difficult for the absolute Een corpse to obtain the Immortals molting. As long as we agree to help the absolute Een corpse and help them obtain the Immortals molting, it will not be difficult to cooperate with them. The Firmament Path. Lu Ming nodded. He had to admit that what Firmament said was very reasonable. Those who could command the Quasi-Saint tribe were not simple. Firmament was extremely intelligent, and was definitely not inferior to him. How are we going to split the divine origin tea? You seem to have only brought one piece of news, but I have to risk my life. Lu Ming said indifferently. I don't want much. I only want one divine origin tea leaf. The Firmament Path. Only one. Lu Ming was stunned. Firmament's request was so low. One divine origin tea leaf is enough for me to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. More is useless. However, the divine origin tea leaf is not that easy to obtain. My request is that no matter how many divine origin tea leaves you obtain, you have to give me at least one. Even if you only obtain one divine origin tea leaf, you have to give me one. I don't want more, but I want at least one. Firmament repeatedly emphasized. Okay. Lu Ming agreed. Even if Firmament obtained the divine origin tea leaf and broke through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, Lu Ming would not care. Given Firmament's talent, even if he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, his battle strength would only be equivalent to the Guangqian Imperial Envoy. He would not reach the level of an invincible Divine Master. Lu Ming did not care about anyone who was not an invincible Divine Master. The two discussed for a while, and agreed to take action half a day later. After Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles returned, they discussed with the others. When the others heard about it, they were dumbfounded. After making a final deduction, they felt that there was no problem and set off together. Firmament was already waiting for them at the edge of the dark red mountain range. In addition to Firmament, there were dozens of Quasi-Saint tribe members. Except for the Guangqian Imperial Envoy, the rest should be able to set up a joint attack formation. The Divine Origin Tea should still be hiding in this mountain range and hasn't left. The Firmament Path. There was a huge mountain range in front of them. It was located on the ground and covered a huge area. A dense and cold aura was constantly emitted from it. Bubbles, go in and check it out. If you find the Divine Origin Tea, don't act rashly. Inform us first and wait for us to act together. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Chapter 4934. Letting Bubble investigate first was to avoid alerting the Extreme Een corpse. If the Extreme Een corpse was alerted at the start, it would be difficult to find the Origin Divine Tea without alerting anyone. Even if the Extreme Een corpse was alerted, it would also alert the Origin Divine Tea and cause it to escape. If the Origin Divine Tea escaped, it would be difficult to find it again. Leave it to me. Bubbles' figure disappeared after saying that. Using the power of time and space, it entered the dark red mountain range. Lu Ming and the others waited quietly in place. The dark red mountain range covered a large area. If the Origin Divine Tea was hidden within, it would be very difficult to find it. Without some time, it would be impossible to find it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Bubble returned after 5 days. I found it. I found the Origin Divine Tea. It's hidden in a valley in the dark red mountain range. Bubble said. Good. Bubble, I'll have to trouble you to use the power of time and space to help us hide and enter the dark red mountain range. Lu Ming said. No problem. However, with so many people, my power of time and space will be too scattered. The effect will be greatly reduced. I'm not sure if I can hide it from the extreme Ing corpse. Bubble said. Do your best. I'll get Dandan to work with you. Lu Ming said. Dandan placed a formation on each person's body to hide their blood energy. After all, the extreme Ing corpse was very sensitive to blood energy. It couldn't detect non-blood energy life forms like Bone Demon and Qiuqiu. The extreme Ing corpse also couldn't detect plant life forms. That was why the origin divine tea was hidden here. After Dandan placed a formation on each person's body, Bubble used the power of time and space to envelop everyone. After making the preparations, they flew into the sky and headed towards the dark red mountain range. Sure enough, after flying for a while, they didn't alert the extreme Ing corpse. This made everyone happy. They increased their speed. After a while, it's in the valley in front. Bubble said in a low voice as it pointed ahead. There was a huge valley in front of them. The stone walls on both sides were smooth as if they had been cut by a blade. The origin divine tea was in this valley. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. Once they obtained the origin divine tea, they would be able to break through to the peak of the divine master realm. Song Qiong's eyes became even more heated. Right at this moment, whoosh! A beam of light suddenly flew out of the canyon and fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. The plant was less than a meter tall, and its leaves were as clear as jade. Divine source tea. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly divine origin tea. Needless to say, they had been discovered. The sensitivity of the divine origin tea had exceeded their expectations. Chase! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice as he rushed out. At this moment, Xiaochen could no longer care about hiding. If he continued hiding, the origin god tea would escape. The others also raised their speed to the limit and chased after the divine origin tea. As such, their auras could no longer be concealed, and they were immediately discovered by the absolute Ing corpse underground. Roar, roar, roar. A series of low roars sounded out as the ground shook. A large number of extreme Ing corpses rushed out of the ground and pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Stop them! Firmament shouted. With a wave of his hand, he shot out long needles made of blue firestones. The other quasi-saint tribe members that Firmament had brought along also shot out blue firestones. The ordinary extreme Ing corpses were instantly stopped by the blue firestones. However, the roars from all directions became more and more intense. More and more extreme Ing corpses appeared and pounced towards the group. Kill all these outsiders. An angry roar sounded out from a silver-eyed Ing corpse. The silver-eyed Ing corpse had intelligence and could speak. It could even cultivate and control other extreme Ing corpses. More and more extreme Ing corpses rushed towards the group. Xianyanqing Guemo and the others all took action. They all shot out blue firestones weapons and blocked the extreme Ing corpses that were rushing over. Of course, there were many extreme Ing corpses that were comparable to the strongest existence, the Lord of Heaven. They had a strong resistance to blue firestones. They rushed through the blue firestone fog and continued to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. Xianyanqing, Guemo, and the others all took out weapons with blue firestones and charged forward to block the extreme Ing corpses. At the same time, Gu Changfeng also took action. He shot out a Genesis art. Terrifying fist force surged out and sent dozens of powerful extreme Ing corpses flying. Lu Ming and Bubbles did not take action. Bubbles used the space-time force to support Lu Ming and quickly chased after the divine origin tea. The divine origin tea's speed was extremely shocking. It was even faster than top-tier origin-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming's speed alone was not enough to catch up. He had to rely on Bubbles' space-time force to catch up to the divine origin tea. The distance between him and the divine origin tea was getting closer and closer. Kill! An earth-shattering roar was heard as a violent baleful Yin Qi gushed out in all directions. A golden-eyed extreme Yin corpse charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was a golden-eyed Yin corpse, an extreme Yin corpse king. Not only that, but there were also 6 silver-eyed Yin corpses, and a large number of other extreme yin corpses. Such a lineup was absolutely terrifying. Set up the formation, set up the formation, stop them. Firmament roared. The quasi-saints he had brought with him set up a joint attack formation to fight against the extreme yin corpses. Lu Ming, leave this golden-eyed yin corpse to me. You continue chasing after the divine origin T. Gu Changfeng transmitted a message to Lu Ming. His figure flashed as he charged towards the golden-eyed yin corpse. Bright moon wind fist. Origin energy surged as he punched out. The void exploded into nothingness as the fist force rushed towards the golden-eyed yin corpse with earth-shattering force. This punch possessed the battle strength of an unrivaled divine master. It also possessed the battle strength to injure the golden-eyed corpse king. The golden-eyed corpse king did not dare to be careless. He brandished the tattered battle blade in his hand and slashed out a pitch-black blade light to block Gu Changfeng's fist force. Soon after, one man and one corpse began to fight. Joint attack formation. When Gu Changfeng attacked, Lion, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon and the others also began to set up the formation. A ferocious black-armored warrior condensed. Without Bubble, they only had 11 people to set up the formation. The joint attack formation was not perfect, but its battle strength was still very strong. It was not a big problem to block a few silver-eyed yin corpses. However, there were 7 silver-eyed yin corpses in total. It was not a perfect joint attack formation, so it was impossible to block so many silver-eyed yin corpses. There were still a few that continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Desolation style. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A piece of land formed and charged vertically towards the silver-eyed yin corpses. As for himself, because of the thrust of this palm, his speed became a little faster, and he rushed towards the divine origin T even faster. Soon Lu Ming and Bubble worked together and increased their speed to the maximum. The distance between them and the divine origin T was constantly closing. They could even faintly smell the rich medicinal fragrance of the divine origin T. Just the medicinal fragrance alone shook Lu Ming's mind. The origin energy of the origin seed became somewhat restless. Chapter 49:35. The divine origin Tea was truly extraordinary. Just the smell of it had caused such a great reaction. If the tea leaves were used to brew tea, the effects would be heaven-defying. The divine origin tea was not only useful for breaking through to Peak God Lord, but it was also useful for breaking through to origin. Moreover, if origin realm existences frequently used the tea leaves to brew tea, it would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If they could raise a single divine origin tea, it would be a priceless treasure. Lu Ming did not just want to obtain the tea leaves, but he wanted to take the entire divine origin tea. They were getting closer and closer to the divine origin tea. Bubble attack. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Space-time power. Bubble had been prepared for this for a long time. She thrust out her small, white hands, and space-time power permeated the air, enveloping the divine origin tea. The divine origin tea's fleeing figure stiffened for a moment. A good chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he reached out with his claw. Forbidden energy erupted, forming a giant hand that reached for the divine origin tea. The giant hand descended, seemingly about to grab the divine origin tea. However, the divine origin tea's ability to escape was truly extraordinary. At this critical moment, its entire body glowed and it broke free from the influence of the power of time and space. Its speed increased tremendously once again. With a swoosh, it dashed forward, dashing through the gaps between Lu Ming's fingers that were condensed. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he roared. His hand trembled, sending a powerful energy toward the divine origin tea. With a plop, the force brushed against a branch of the divine origin tea. The branch violently shook, causing the tea leaves on it to fall off and scatter in the air. There were over a dozen divine origin tea leaves. However, the main body of the divine origin tea used this opportunity to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Lu Ming and Bubbles dashed over and collected more than 10 origin god tea leaves. They then continued their pursuit of the origin god tea leaves. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. A woman, an absolute beauty. Princess Songxian, or more accurately, Dark Night Rose. Dark Night Rose's body emitted a special aura. and a black rose bloomed above her head. The Origin God T had clearly discovered Dark Night Rose, but it didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, it charged straight for her. He rushed into the rose on top of the Dark Night Rose's head and disappeared. What happened? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. When the Divine Origin T saw Dark Night Rose, it didn't run away. Instead, it rushed towards her. It was simply walking right into a trap. Lu Ming, thank you for helping me obtain the Origin Divine T. I will remember this favor. Dark Night Rose smiled. At the same time, her body quickly retreated. As he retreated, his body split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In total, there were 8 figures. Each of the figures looked like the original body and had the exact same aura. 8 figures sprang into 8 different directions at a shocking speed. Damn it! Lu Ming stopped and didn't give chase. Even if he did, he didn't know which figure he should go after. He was very displeased. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Obviously, he had become the mantis, and Dark Night Rose had become the sparrow. However, he couldn't figure out why the Origin God T didn't run away after seeing Dark Night Rose. Instead, it rushed towards her. Could it be related to Dark Night Rose's original body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Dark Night Rose's original body was the Sky Devourer Rose, which was also a kind of plant. From this point of view, it had the same origin as the Origin God T. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to catch up with the Origin God T, it made sense that it would run towards Dark Night Rose, which was of the same origin as it. Dark Night Rose had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could only admit that he was unlucky. The key point was that Lu Ming still owed Dark Night Rose a favor. He had sworn on his life source. Thinking that he still had to do something for Dark Night Rose, Lu Ming felt very uncomfortable. Behind them, Gu Changfeng and the others were still fighting with the extreme Yin corpse. Several silver-eyed Yin corpses were rushing towards Lu Ming. They clawed out with their sharp claws and a sharp force tore at Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and swept out his battle god spear. Bang! 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 Several silver-eyed Yin corpses were sent flying by Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming and Bubbles quickly returned. Lu Ming charged towards the golden-eyed Yin corpse, while Bubbles charged towards Xian Yanqing and the others. They merged into the ferocious black-armored warrior, and set up a formation with Xian Yanqing and the others. The perfect combination formation was set up, and its power increased greatly. It suppressed the silver-eyed Yin corpses in an instant. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng joined forces and completely suppressed the golden-eyed Yin corpse. After a few moves, the golden-eyed Yin corpse was swept by Lu Ming's spear. It was knocked back and the thick black aura on its body dissipated by a lot. Kill. The golden-eyed Yin corpse roared, and wanted to attack Lu Ming and the others. I know that you want the immortal molt. We can work together. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. The reason why they didn't mention working together before was because they knew that the extreme Yin corpse or the golden-eyed Yin corpse wouldn't listen to them before they displayed enough strength. Without strength, how could they work together? They would probably be torn apart by the extreme Yin corpse. But now Lu Ming and the others had displayed overwhelming strength. At least in terms of peak strength, Lu Ming and the others had the upper hand. If they mentioned it now, the other party would have to consider it. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the golden-eyed Yin corpse's golden eyes flickered and the black aura on its body fluctuated violently. How do you know about the immortal molt? The golden-eyed Yin corpse asked. You don't have to worry about this. I promise you that as long as we work together, we will try our best to help you obtain the immortal molt. How about it? Lu Ming said loudly. Stop. The golden-eyed Yin corpse's eyes turned and then roared. All the extreme Yin corpses suddenly stopped and quickly retreated behind the golden-eyed Yin corpse, forming a square formation. Is what you said true? The golden-eyed Yin corpse stared at Lu Ming and asked. His intelligence was very high and was no different from other living beings. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's combat strength wasn't below his. It wouldn't do him any good to continue fighting. He might as well listen to what Lu Ming had to say. Of course, if Lu Ming and the others weren't strong enough, he wouldn't bother listening to their nonsense and would directly tear them apart. Of course it's true. I know that the extreme Yin tribe's immortal molt is in that ancient city. You want to obtain the immortal molt to evolve your bloodline. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 49-36. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the black aura around the GoldenEye Yin corpse fluctuated again. Lu Ming knew that the information given by Tsangqiang was right. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the immortal's molt. You and your subordinates are too weak. Believe it or not, the baleful Yin tribe, Yuanguang tribe, and Songming tribe have all arrived. There are 6 of them who are no weaker than you. They are also eyeing the immortal's molt of the extreme Yin tribe. It's a fool's dream for you to snatch the immortal's molt from them alone. Lu Ming said bluntly, even if I cooperate with you, it's still difficult to snatch the immortal molt from the 3 tribes. The GoldenEye Yin corpse said, our strength is naturally not enough. If we cooperate with the extreme Yin corpses in the other 2 regions, it might be possible. Lu Ming said, cooperate with those guys? Impossible. Let me tell you, the 3 of us often fight and compete with each other. This time, all 3 of us want to obtain the immortal molt. Why would we cooperate? The GoldenEye Yin corpse shook his head repeatedly. If you don't cooperate, the 3 of you can forget about obtaining the immortal molt. It's only possible if you cooperate. Moreover, after obtaining the immortal molt, the 3 of you can equally share the benefits. You don't have to fight to the death. Lu Ming said. The GoldenEye Yin corpse was deep in thought. It was obvious that he was persuaded by Lu Ming. I can swear that I won't take anything from the extreme Yin tribe's immortal molt. It's all yours. Lu Ming added. I'm just afraid that the other guys won't agree. The GoldenEye Yin corpse said hesitantly. As long as you explain the pros and cons, I believe that they will agree. Okay, I promise you. In the end, the GoldenEye Yin corpse agreed. How many experts of your level are there in the 3 of you? Lu Ming asked. 4. The GoldenEye Yin corpse gave a simple introduction. Of the 3 regions, 2 of them had a GoldenEye Yin corpse overseeing them, and 1 of them had 2 GoldenEye Yin corpses. This was the same as what Lu Ming knew. When Gaishak fought with the extreme Yin corpse in a certain area, 2 GoldenEye Yin corpses had appeared in that area. Lu Ming originally did not know the specific strength of these 3 areas, and was afraid that there would be hidden GoldenEye Yin corpses. It seemed like he had overestimated the strength of the absolute Yin corpse. They immediately set out, and headed towards the area that was only guarded by a single GoldenEye Yin corpse. They did not hide their auras, and were discovered by the absolute Yin corpses the moment they arrived. A large number of absolute Yin corpses rushed out. However, these absolute Yin corpses did not attack. It was clear that there were large amounts of absolute Yin corpses beside Lu Ming's group. The absolute Yin corpses in this area were shocked and doubtful. The silver-eyed Yin corpses stopped the normal absolute Yin corpses from attacking. Saber Jew, I didn't expect you to mix with outsiders. There was a loud roar, and a wild aura surged out. The golden-eyed Yin corpse had appeared in this area. Saber Extinction was the name of the golden-eyed Yin corpse that had agreed to cooperate with Lu Ming. He held a pitch-black battle saber in his hand and named it after that. The golden-eyed Yin corpse in this area held a battle halberd. When its golden eyes swept over Lu Ming's group, they were filled with cold killing intent. When Lu Ming's group had just stepped onto this island, they had unintentionally stepped onto this dark red land, and had clashed with the absolute Yin corpses here. Lu Ming even killed a silver-eyed Yin corpse and fought a great battle with a golden-eyed Yin corpse who was holding a halberd. This golden-eyed Yin corpse was filled with killing intent towards Lu Ming's group. It was normal. If Lu Ming and Saber Extinction were not standing together, he would have already ordered his subordinates to attack. Halberd Extinction, Lu Ming and I have already teamed up. I came to find you today, because I hope we can work together. Saber Extinction said. Halberd Extinction was the name of this golden-eyed Yin corpse. Like Saber Extinction, it was named after the weapon it controlled. Their weapons were something they were born with ever since they gained sentience. Ha ha ha, Saber Extinction, you are actually teaming up with outsiders. Ridiculous. It is impossible for me to join forces with these outsiders. Halberd Extinction laughed. We were only trying to protect ourselves in the previous battle. Please forgive us if we have offended you. As for joining forces, it will be of great benefit to you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, what benefit will it bring me? Halberd Extinction sneered. It can help you obtain the immortal molting. Lu Ming said. Halberd Extinction's eyes suddenly flickered a few times. I can obtain the immortal molting myself. Why should I join forces with you? Halberd Extinction said stubbornly. In the current situation, it is impossible for you to obtain the immortal molting alone. Not to mention other things, you can't compete with sword extinction and fist extinction. Not to mention, there are 6 experts from the Baleful Een race, Primordial Light race and Blue Sea race who are not weaker than you. Lu Ming said bluntly. Halberd Extinction fell into silence. Evidently, he knew that Lu Ming was telling the truth. There were too many experts from all sides. He could not even compete with the other extreme Een corpses on his side. How could he compete with the creatures from the forbidden areas? To be honest, you can't obtain the immortal molting of the extreme Een race alone. Only by joining forces can we obtain the immortal molting. You can also get a part of it. Lu Ming continued. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to see if you have the qualifications. Halberd Extinction said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that Halberd Extinction had been persuaded. He exchanged a look with Gu Changfeng. Then Gu Changfeng took a step forward and punched Extreme Halberd with his Genesis technique, Bright Moonwind Fist. The violent fist force made Halberd Extinction's expression turn grave. He hurriedly waved his halberd to block Gu Changfeng's fist force, but his body was forced back 2 steps. Do you have the qualifications to join forces with me? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Halberd Extinction and Lu Ming had fought before, so he naturally knew how powerful Lu Ming was. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng together were 2 invincible divine masters. Although they had fewer people, they were fully qualified to cooperate with him. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. But if we want to compete with the evil Een race, Yuanguang race and Songming race, we need to join forces with Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction. Halberd Extinction said. Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction were the 2 extreme Een Corpse Kings in the 3rd area. The negotiation with the 2 Corpse Kings was unexpectedly smooth. When Lu Ming and the others explained their intentions, the 2 extreme Een Corpse Kings agreed without much hesitation. This was normal. If they did not agree, how could they compete with the others? Let alone the creatures from the 3 forbidden areas. Even Lu Ming and the others had 4 invincible divine masters. Only by joining forces would they benefit. The 2 sides hit it off and formed an alliance. Brother Lu, I need to find a place to go into seclusion and cultivate for a while. Lu Ming gave Song Qiong a piece of origin spirit tea according to their agreement. Then Song Qiong said goodbye. Chapter 4937. Song Qiong said goodbye. Obviously, Song Qiong wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Divine Master Realm before the ancient city opened. Coincidentally, Lu Ming also had the same plan. This time, he had obtained a total of 15 Origin God Tea leaves. According to legend, a single leaf of the Origin God Tea was enough to allow a person to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. He gave Song Qiong a piece, and there were still 14 pieces left. Among them, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun and himself. There were a total of 8 people, all of whom were 9th level Divine Masters. Each of them needed 1 Origin God Tea leaf, and there were 6 more. Even if Lu Ming had a mysterious power and needed a lot of resources to break through, 1 leaf might not be enough, so he would get 2. If 2 were not enough, then he would get 3. 7 leaves should be enough. Lu Ming and the 4 extreme Een Corpse Kings agreed that once the ancient city's formation was broken, they would rush in together. Then they planned to leave and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. However, before Lu Ming and the others could leave, something happened. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The earth and the void shook crazily as if there was an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10. The ground under Lu Ming's feet shook violently. What happened? Look over there. At the center of the island, a purple-golden light soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky purple-golden. It's that ancient city, Dandan exclaimed. Could it be that the ancient city's formation has been broken and is about to open? Xian Yanqing said. It seems that all the treasures in the Qi channels have been dug out. The ancient city's formation has no energy to maintain, so something abnormal has happened. Guemo said. It's about to open. The real immortal kingdom is about to open. I can feel a strong and pure extreme yin qi. It's the immortal qi. The extreme yin corpse kings looked in the direction of the ancient city with fiery eyes. Lu Ming and the others frowned. They could indeed feel a shocking qi coming from the ancient city. This qi was like the might of the heavens, high and mighty, looking down on all living things, making Lu Ming and the others feel a great pressure. However, Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that there were two auras mixed in this aura. Both of them were extremely terrifying. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. Without needing him to speak, the four extreme yin corpse kings had already charged towards the ancient city with the extreme yin corpses. Lu and the others followed closely behind. Soon they were close to the ancient city. The ancient city's heavens, heavenly divine light, heavenly God, the heavenly Tao, heavenly to the ancient city, heavenly heavens, to the heavens, heavenly to Ming and the heavens. It seems that the ancient city's formation is completely maintained by the 9 qi veins. Otherwise, it would have already collapsed. Now that the 9 qi veins have no more resources, the formation will naturally not be able to maintain itself. Dandan explained. Roar, roar. There were at least a few thousand extreme yin corpses around. They were very excited and kept roaring, the sound waves spreading out like waves. On the other side of the ancient city, there were many figures. They were the evil yin race, primordial light race, and Songming race. Leading them were Gaishak, lord of the underworld, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Songqing, the 6 invincible divine lord experts. However, Princess Songxian, Dark Night Rose, was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the number of beings in the Forbidden Grounds had decreased by a lot. There were only about 1,000 of them in total. These 1,000 or so creatures were all experts. Most of them were able to set up joint attack formations. Those with weaker cultivation bases and battle prowess were not here. The beings in the Forbidden Grounds naturally heard the roars of the extreme yin corpses. Humph, it's those extreme yin bastards. Gaishak harumphed coldly. From the sounds, the number is shocking. Looks like the extreme yin corpses in the 3 regions have teamed up. Let's not worry about these extreme yin corpses for now, Yuan Wuji and the others said. Even they were a little wary of so many extreme yin corpses. Moreover, they did not know that Lu Ming and the others were already with the extreme yin corpses. The barrier on the ancient city disappeared quickly. In less than an hour, it was almost completely gone. I didn't expect the ancient city to open at this time. This is really not the right time. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. They had just obtained the origin god tea leaves, and were preparing to use them to break through their cultivation. They did not expect the ancient city to open at this time. There was no time left. If they were a few months later, their cultivation might have broken through. However, if they were to break through now, the treasures in the ancient city would have been taken away by the beings in the Forbidden Grounds. Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others also sighed. There are no more formation ripples. After a while, Dandan said, "Go try it." Jianzhu roared. Instantly, a few extreme yin corpses charged out toward the ancient city. Without causing any abnormalities, the few extreme yin corpses charged into the ancient city from the city walls. There were no more formations, nor were there any air-sealing domains. Follow me into the city. Follow me. The 4 extreme yin corpse kings led their subordinates and charged into the ancient city. Let's go to, Lu Ming said. They also followed the large group of extreme yin corpses and charged into the ancient city. However, their bodies were filled with energy, and they were ready to attack at any time. Once they noticed that the situation was not right, they would immediately retreat. However, they were overthinking. There were no abnormalities and they successfully entered the ancient city. When they entered the ancient city, they discovered that the void in front of them was constantly extending. This is spatial folding, Bubbles said. Yes, spatial folding. From the outside, the ancient city looked very majestic, but the area should not be very large. However, when they entered the ancient city, they discovered that the area of the ancient city was shockingly large. This was spatial folding. This was the real Zixiao Immortal Kingdom. They stood in the sky and looked down. The ground was densely packed with buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. From this, one could see how prosperous the Zixiao Immortal Kingdom was. Unfortunately, these buildings were all dilapidated. No, not only were they dilapidated, they were almost flattened. There were broken walls and tiles everywhere, and the ground was full of potholes. There were also cracks that seemed to be caused by divine weapons. There were even corpses lying on the ground, as well as all kinds of broken divine weapons and broken armors. This was clearly a battlefield. There were traces of a great battle everywhere. A great battle happened in this ancient city. Dandan whispered, his voice revealing his shock. Be careful, there are many corpses here. Don't turn into extreme corpses. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu and the others. He did not let the other extreme corpses hear him. Immortal molting, immortal molting. At this moment, the 4 extreme corpse kings, including the silver-eyed corpses, were looking straight ahead with fiery eyes. Chapter 49:38. In the distance, there was a mountain peak. The mountain peak was tall and straight, reaching into the sky. It was very far away from Lu Ming and the others. It was shrouded in clouds and looked like an illusion. However, the aura coming from the mountain peak was extremely terrifying. Previously, they had felt the aura of heavenly might outside the ancient city. It was coming from this mountain. However, the aura was even stronger inside the ancient city. The pressure was even greater. The immortal's molt is there. I can feel it. It's mine. The extreme corpse kings growled, then rushed out, rushing towards the mountain peak. The other extreme corpses followed. There's good food down there. At this moment, Qiu shouted and rushed towards the ground. Its round body stretched out 2 claws and grabbed a broken sword and started to chew on it. With a crunch, a piece of the broken sword was bitten off. Qiu ate it with relish. It's a broken origin grade divine weapon. It still has spirituality. Look, there's a joint attack formation carrier. Xian Yanqing, Dandan and the others exclaimed. They realized that there were many good things on the battlefield. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground. They did not follow the extreme corpse to the mountain peak. The aura coming from the mountain peak was too terrifying. It was accompanied by a huge pressure. Even if the immortal's molt was on the mountain peak, they might not be able to get it. They might as well look for it on the ground. This was obviously an ancient battlefield. There might be some good things left behind. However, they did not let down their guard. They were mainly afraid that the corpses had already become extreme corpses. However, they realized that they were overthinking. These corpses were real corpses. They had not become extreme corpses. One group is from the human race. What race is the other group? They are similar to the extreme corpses. Lu Ming and the others observed carefully. They realized that the corpses on the ground were mainly divided into 2 races. One was from the human race. Needless to say, these humans should be from the purple cloud cave in the previous era. The other race had green skin. They looked ferocious with a wide mouth and sharp teeth. They were similar to the extreme corpses. Could this be the Juin tribe? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very likely. Looking at the corpses on both sides, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place. The sharp claws of some of the extreme tribe members had dug into the heads of the humans, while the weapons of the humans had pierced through the heads of the extreme tribe members. Surprisingly, these corpses did not decompose. Lu Ming and the others speculated that this might have something to do with the aura emanating from the mountain peak. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian could tell that there were 2 types of auras emanating from the mountain. It was an extremely cold and gloomy aura. It was almost the same as the gloomy aura that permeated the entire Purple Heaven Wonderland, except that it was countless times denser. There was also another type of aura that was glorious and majestic. It was incomparably hot, like the great sun. The 2 auras mixed together and radiated out, covering the entire ancient city. It was very likely that these corpses had been corroded by this aura for many years, which was why they hadn't decayed and had been preserved. Other than these corpses, there were also scattered divine weapons and broken armors. Crunch, crunch. Chiu finished the broken sword in no time. Then it leaped out, grabbed a broken saber, and took a bite out of it. Bah! After taking a bite, Chiu immediately spat it out. It has no spirituality. This source-level divine weapon is even worse than a piece of scrap metal. It is filled with a gloomy aura. Lu Ming took the broken saber from Chiu's hand and looked at it. Indeed, there was no spirituality at all. There was only a gloomy aura left. It was completely useless, even worse than a piece of scrap metal. Strange. Shouldn't source-level divine weapons be very hard to decay? Lu Ming muttered. Source-level divine weapons contained an immortal substance that would almost never decay. In the past, whether it was the heavenly human race or the heaven destroyer, the source-level divine weapons that were excavated from the ruins of the universe were all left behind from the previous era. Countless years had passed, but they were still perfectly preserved. That was because the source-level divine weapons contained an immortal substance. Even if it was a broken source-level divine weapon, it would be difficult for it to truly decay. More or less, its spirituality would be preserved. And this broken saber was obviously a source-level divine weapon, but it had completely decayed. It was very likely that the gloomy aura had corroded it. Look, these people's waist tags. Don't they look like the carriers of a joint attack array? Wan Shun's voice sounded. Let me see. Dandan immediately rushed over. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others also rushed over to take a look. On a dilapidated building, there were 15 figures lying in a disorderly manner. The 15 figures were all humans, but they had one thing in common. There was a hole between their eyebrows, which seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon. They must have been killed in an instant by a terrifying expert. The 15 people all had a metal tag on their waists, which was still emitting a faint light. Dandan hurriedly took a piece to take a look. Then his face bloomed like a flower and he grinned. Haha, it really is a joint attack array carrier. And it's good. It can be used. Lu Ming and the others were also delighted. They also took a piece to take a look. This joint attack array carrier wasn't completely without problems. It was also contaminated with a trace of gloomy aura. However, the array on it was still intact, and its spirituality was still intact. As long as the gloomy aura on it was removed, the array carrier could be used again. Dandan gathered the 15 waist tags together and carefully observed them. He concluded that these 15 waist tags were a complete set of joint attack array carriers. There was nothing missing. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. This was definitely a great harvest. Haha, we're rich. I don't know how many divine weapons and array carriers there are on this battlefield. We're rich. Dandan grinned. Among them, Chiu was the busiest. At this moment he found another broken divine weapon and chewed on it. Search carefully. Lu Ming and the others were excited. They began to search inch by inch. The divine weapons scattered here were all astonishingly high level because those below the source level had long decayed and turned into ashes. Only those above the source level could be preserved. However, most of these divine weapons were broken, and many of them had completely lost their spirituality and could no longer be used. Of course, there were still intact source-level divine weapons that hadn't lost their spirituality. Lu Ming and the others searched around and found quite a few. There were more than a dozen intact source-level divine weapons, but there was a little gloomy aura. As long as the gloomy aura on them was removed, they could be restored to their original state. More than a dozen source-level divine weapons were definitely a great harvest. That wasn't all. The joint attack array carriers also had a great harvest. Chapter 49-39. After searching through the area, they found a total of more than 30 sets of joint attack formation carriers. Yes, more than 30 of them. Unfortunately, not all of the combined attack arrays were complete. Many of them were missing. For example, a set of 15 people's joint attack formation might lack 1 or 2 joint attack formation carriers, causing the joint attack formation to become incomplete. Some of them were missing even more. For example, a combined attack array with 12 people was missing 7 combined attack arrays, leaving only 5 combined attack arrays. Of course, it was better than nothing. Incomplete combined attack arrays could still be used to set up arrays, but their power would be much weaker, but they could still increase the battle power of Divine Lord Realm experts. There were only 9 combined attack arrays that were truly complete. There was even a combined attack array with 21 people. If these combined attack arrays were brought back to the Heaven Destroyer, it would definitely increase the power of the Heaven Destroyer by a lot. They also found a pattern. The closer they were to the city wall, the higher the chances of the divine weapons and arrays being preserved. The further they were from the city wall, the fewer divine weapons and arrays being preserved. When they were more than 100,000 miles away from the city wall, almost no divine weapons and arrays were found. They guessed that it had something to do with the powerful energy. The closer they were to the city wall, the further they were from the energy, and the less affected they would be and the higher the chances of them being preserved. What a pity! Lu Ming and the others sighed. Because through their careful observation, they found that the further they were from the city wall, the closer they were to the mountain, the stronger they were when they were alive. This could be vaguely felt from the corpses. The stronger one was, the higher one's realm was. After death, one could still exude pressure. Although a long time had passed and the pressure had weakened, Lu Ming and the rest were very sensitive. They could still sense it if they sensed it carefully. Some of the corpses even gave off a terrifying pressure. They were definitely terrifying experts when they were alive. The divine weapons that these experts had were definitely of a higher level. There were even divine weapons that surpassed source-level divine weapons, but unfortunately, they were all rotten. Then, they walked along the city wall and wanted to go around other areas, but they found people from the Forbidden Grounds. Apparently, the Forbidden Grounds were also surrounding the city wall and looking for treasures. Let's go to that mountain peak to take a look. I wonder how the Absolute In corpses are doing? Lu Ming suggested. They didn't clash with the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Instead, they retreated silently and flew towards the mountain peak. The interior of the ancient city was extremely vast. There were buildings and palaces everywhere, but they had all collapsed. There were traces of battle everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. This battle is too tragic. Could it be that everyone in the Purple Heaven Wonderland died? Ling Yue said. Her face was a little pale because the scene was tragic. I don't know, but from the looks of it, there's really no one alive. Xian Yanqing shook his head. Even the immortals have passed away. It's normal that there are no living people. Dandan said. Everyone chatted as they flew forward. Unfortunately, as they got closer to the mountain peak, there were almost no divine weapons or formation carriers left. Not even the waste products were preserved. They were all reduced to ashes. Soon they had flown over 1,000,000 kilometers, but they still hadn't reached the mountain peak. Hey, there's a light flickering over there. Dandan's eyes were very sharp. He found a faint light flickering in a pit in the distance. Could there be treasures? Everyone's hearts couldn't help but beat faster. If there were treasures preserved here, it would definitely be extraordinary. They immediately flew over. When they saw the situation in the pit, everyone's hearts trembled. In the pit, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged with their backs facing each other. They each held a battle sword. The 5 battle swords were exactly the same. They emitted a faint light. The flickering light they saw before was emitted by these 5 battle swords. Around the 5 of them, there were dozens of corpses lying everywhere. They were all from the Absolute In tribe. Combined attack formation carriers. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. At the same time, an image appeared in their minds. The 5 experts of the Purple Heaven Wonderland used a combined attack formation to fight dozens of Absolute In tribe experts. Although he had killed dozens of Ju In tribe elites, he had also died from exhaustion. Seniors, sorry to disturb you. If you all die, you can't let the divine weapons be covered in dust. Lend these 5 battle swords to us. Dandan muttered to herself as she stretched out her hand and grabbed a sword. With a wave of his hand, whoosh! A blazing sword light flew out and left a deep sword mark on the ground. This sword. Is this an origin-level combined attack formation carrier? Dandan's eyes were burning. An origin-level combined attack formation carrier? The hearts of Lu Ming and the others also beat wildly. As the name implied, origin-level combined formations were for reciprocity experts. They could be used by reciprocity experts to cast down formations, allowing the power of multiple reciprocity experts to erupt several times their original power. During this period of time, The combined attack formations that Lu Ming and the others had encountered were all master-level combined attack formations. Only almighty experts could use them. Origin Realm experts could not use master-level combined attack formations at all. Once they used them, they would instantly burst the master-level combined attack formation carrier. The difficulty of refining an origin-level combined attack formation carrier was many times more difficult than a master-level combined attack formation carrier. The materials needed were many times more precious. If they took these 5 combined attack formation carriers back, once the origin tribulation was over, the Heaven Destroyer would choose 5 Origin Realm experts to set up the formation. Their battle strength would definitely skyrocket. They guessed that because the 5 of them were setting up the formation when they died, they relied on the power of the formation to block the corrosion of the cold Yin Qi. That was why the 5 swords were preserved. Take it. Lu Ming and the others took it without hesitation. Then they continued to fly towards the mountain peak. However, along the way, they looked around to see if they could obtain another batch of treasures. They were so close to the mountain peak. If there really were treasures left behind, they would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Later on, they did not obtain anything. They were getting closer and closer to the mountain peak. The closer they were to the mountain peak, the more terrifying the aura from the mountain peak was. They were constantly under a huge pressure. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from the front. It was the Extreme Yin corpse. They could see thousands of Extreme Yin corpses flying back and forth in front. However, they seemed to be blocked by something and could not continue flying. What's going on? Lu Ming and the others flew up. Lu Ming asked. It's an immortal domain. A voice came from another direction. It was Song Qiong. Song Qiong flew over with dozens of people from the Quasi-Sage tribe. Chapter 4940. Song Qiong had originally planned to find a place to enter seclusion and use the Divine Source Tea to break through to the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. However, because the ancient city's array had suddenly disappeared, he had rushed over with his people. Immortal domain? Lu Ming and the others were not surprised to see Song Qiong. However, they were unfamiliar with the term immortal domain. This was the first time they had heard of it. There are 2 auras coming from that mountain. One is cold, and the other is hot. If I'm not wrong, the cold aura comes from the celestial level cultivator of the Juyin tribe, and the hot aura comes from the celestial level cultivator of the Purple Heaven Sanctuary. The 2 immortal realm experts fought against each other and died of exhaustion. They passed away at the same time, leaving behind their immortal molts. However, although they died, their inextinguishable fighting spirit remained. The immortal molts also continued to resist, forming the immortal domain. The immortal domain is extremely terrifying. Anyone who tries to barge in will be turned to dust by the immortal domain. Let alone divine masters. Even origin realm experts will die if they go in. Song Qiong explained. So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened. As for the Extreme Yin corpses, their expressions were somewhat ugly. According to what you said, we are blocked by the immortal domain and cannot obtain the immortal molts? The golden-eyed Yin corpse Jianju said. You can say that. Song Qiong nodded and smiled. You can still smile. What are you going to do now? The other golden-eyed Yin corpse Jianju said. Of course we'll wait. Perhaps there will be a change. Song Qiong said. The Extreme Yin corpses were speechless. Brother Song Qiong, I would like to ask you something. Lu Ming suddenly said. It was obvious that Song Qiong knew a lot of things. Among the people that Lu Ming had met, no one could compare to him. Brother Lu, please speak. Song Qiong smiled. I want to know why there are so many corpses in this ancient city, but these corpses have not become Extreme Yin corpses. Why are there so many Extreme Yin corpses outside the ancient city? Lu Ming asked, but he used a voice transmission. After all, it was not appropriate to ask this question in front of the other Extreme Yin corpses. My guess is that it has something to do with the presence of the mountain. There are 2 presences coming from the mountain, and the 2 presences are fighting against each other. The cold and gloomy presence of the Juyin tribe is being suppressed. That's why the corpses here have not turned into Juyin corpses. As for the corpses outside, they have all turned into absolute Yin corpses. I think it's because of the two types of immortals remains. The immortal from the Absolute Yin tribe suppressed the immortal from Purple Heaven, and the Absolute Yin Qi was stronger. It spread out through the ancient city. He was not completely sure about the firmament path. Everything was just speculation. That immortal from the Ju Yin tribe has a stronger Ju Yin tribe Qi? Lu Ming frowned slightly. He carefully sensed the two auras, but was unable to determine which was stronger. The main reason was that the two auras were too powerful, far surpassing Lu Ming's. The difference was too great, making it difficult for him to judge. However, he felt that firmament's speculation made sense. This was because he did not sense the aura of the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto outside the ancient city. He only sensed the cold aura of the Extreme Yin tribe. That cold aura filled the entire Purple Heaven Grotto. It was very likely that the two immortals' remains were fighting, and the Extreme Yin tribe had the upper hand. Inside the ancient city, the two auras were still fighting. Outside the ancient city, only the cold aura of the Extreme Yin tribe was left. That was why the corpses inside the ancient city did not turn into Absolute Yin corpses, but outside the ancient city, there were Absolute Yin corpses everywhere. Although he could not be sure if this was the truth, at least it made sense. Brother Lu, since we are blocked by the immortal domain, I don't know how long the immortal domain will last. I plan to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. What about you guys? Firmament path. That's what I was thinking too. Lu Ming nodded. Since there was time, he naturally had to seize it and use the divine source tea to make a breakthrough. Those Absolute Yin corpses did not want to leave. They continued to wander around the immortal domain, looking for a way to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming and the others bid farewell and left. They flew in another direction, intending to find a quiet place to cultivate. However, after flying for some distance, they suddenly stopped. That was because a large number of figures had appeared in front of them. They were the living beings of the Forbidden Lands. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands of the three clans were all there. Lu Ming, I finally found you. Let's see where you can escape to this time. A cold voice sounded. It was Yuan Jioji. He was looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In front of Yuan Jioji were Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, two top experts. In addition, the four invincible divine masters, Gaishak, Infernal Fiend Lord, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Tsongqing stood side by side with Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. They charged toward Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. Retreat. Let's meet up with the Absolute Yin corpses. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. They turned and left, flying in the direction they came from. When they were searching for treasures along the city wall, they had encountered the three clans of the Forbidden Lands. Although they had quickly retreated, they were probably still discovered by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. It was obvious that the three clans of the Forbidden Lands had started to look for Lu Ming when they saw that they were blocked by the immortal domain. They planned to kill Lu Ming and the others first. The other party had 6 invincible divine masters. They were not a force they could fight against. Only by joining forces with the Absolute Yin corpses could they fight against the three clans of the Forbidden Lands. Luckily, Lu Ming and the others were not too far away from the Absolute Yin corpses. They soon saw the Absolute Yin corpses. It's the Absolute Yin corpses. The people of the three clans of the Forbidden Lands also saw the Absolute Yin corpses. Don't worry about them. We'll only deal with Lu Ming and the others. We won't fight against the Absolute Yin corpses. These Absolute Yin corpses are quite intelligent. I believe they can see the situation clearly. Yuan Wuji said. That's right. Even if these Absolute Yin corpses go crazy and attack Lu Ming and the others together, we can still kill Lu Ming and the others in the chaos, Gaishak said. But before Gaishak could finish his words, he was stunned. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat, because Lu Ming and the others had charged into the midst of the Absolute Yin corpses. The Absolute Yin corpses did not attack Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Infernal Fiend Lord's eyes widened. Don't worry about it. Continue to attack, and see how the Absolute Yin corpses react. Yuan Wuji said coldly and revealed a ruthless expression. They continued to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Yuan Wuji roared. Our target is Lu Ming and the others. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. Kill. Daoju roared. He could not be bothered with Yuan Wuji and ordered the absolute in corpses under him. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to roar. Shoo! 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 A large number of absolute in corpses charged towards the three clans of the Forbidden Lands. Their sharp claws tore through the void and streaks of sharp claws tore towards the three clans of the Forbidden Lands. You bastards, you're courting death! Gaishak roared. You're the ones courting death. Daoju and Daoju, the three absolute in corpse kings roared in anger. They hated it when people called them bastards. They roared and charged towards the three clans of the Forbidden Lands. A chaotic battle broke out. Chapter 49-41. A chaotic battle broke out. Generals fought generals, soldiers fought soldiers. Lu Ming was the first to face Yuan Wuji. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Gu Changfeng was up against Yuan Liuji. As for the four extreme in corpse kings, they fought Gaishak, Underworld Fiend King, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Songqing. Both sides had 6 invincible divine masters, and they were locked in a fierce battle that left the heavens and earth in a state of chaos. Of course, the three races of the Forbidden Area had many experts comparable to Prince Guangqian, and they fought with the silver-eyed in corpse of the extreme in corpse kings. The number of silver-eyed in corpses was obviously lower, and they were at a disadvantage. However, the in qi in the ancient city was extremely dense, and the extreme in corpse kings could even absorb the in qi for their own use, making the black qi on their bodies terrifyingly dense. Even the blue flame stone had no effect on them. The three races of the Forbidden Area knew the weakness of the extreme in corpse kings, but this weakness was covered by the thick black qi. In addition, the extreme in corpse kings didn't fear death, and had an extremely strong life force, so they fought with the beings of the Forbidden Area. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The three races of the Forbidden Area started to set up a joint attack array. Many powerful joint attack arrays were set up. Among them, there were 5 or 6 21 people joint attack arrays. Most of them were 21 people joint attack arrays. There weren't many 21 people joint attack arrays left from the Tsang Ming race, Dark Fiend race, and Primordial Light race. This was because most of them had been destroyed by Lu Ming's sneak attack. If I had known, I would have attacked the Tsang Ming race as well. Lu Ming regretted it now. He hadn't attacked the Tsang Ming race before because of Princess Tsang Xian. If he had known that Princess Tsang Xian was Dark Knight Rose in disguise, he wouldn't have shown mercy to the Tsang Ming race. Otherwise, the three races of the Forbidden Area wouldn't have so many 21 people joint attack arrays. 5 21 people joint attack arrays were extremely powerful, and were equivalent to 5 or 6 invincible divine lords. Dandan and the others had also set up a joint attack formation to create a black armored warrior. Although their combined offensive formation was no small matter, and possessed astonishing power, they were able to forcibly block a 21 people combined offensive formation, by relying on their combined offensive formation. The power of a 12-man joint attack formation was actually equivalent to a 21-man joint attack formation. It was enough to show how extraordinary this joint attack formation was. But in the end, they were only able to block one of the palaces. The other 5 palaces attacked Lu Ming's group, forcing Lu Ming's group to retreat step by step. If this continued, sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on. Let's go to the immortal domain. Lu Ming shouted and exchanged a blow with Yuan Wuji. With the help of this move, he retreated rapidly and opened the chaos ring at the same time. Song Qiong, let your men enter my great desolate ring. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Don't resist. Enter the great desolate ring. Song Qiong shouted and entered the chaos ring with the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Lu Ming continued to retreat, and arrived at the joint attack formation set up by Xian Yanqing's group. He swept out his war god spear, and exchanged a blow with the 21 people combined offensive formation. You guys go in too? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing's group. Xian Yanqing's group had already understood, and entered the chaos ring in a flash. Whoosh! Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed in the direction of the immortal domain. Those extreme corpses also rushed towards the immortal domain. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Area chased after them relentlessly. But soon, the 3 clans of the Forbidden Area slowed down, because the pressure they faced when they rushed towards the immortal domain would be greater. Lu Ming's speed also slowed down. His body was withstanding an enormous pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed down on him, as if there were incomparably sharp forces cutting his skin. This is enough. If I continue to move forward, I will be torn apart by this pressure, Lu Ming thought to himself. The power of the immortal domain was too strong. It was not something he could resist. Roar! The extreme Yin corpses continued to roar. Some of the weaker extreme Yin corpses had already stopped. Fortunately, the extreme Yin corpses could absorb the cold aura here for their own use. Their resistance to the immortal domain was stronger than other living beings of the same level. But the 3 clans of the Forbidden Area could not withstand it. The 6 invincible divine masters in the lead were slightly better. With their top-notch equipment and powerful strength, they almost reached Lu Ming's group. But those living beings of the Forbidden Area who had set up the joint offensive formation could not withstand it. The joint offensive formation they had set up was very strong, but its defensive power was average. How could it withstand the pressure of the immortal domain? One of the 21 people combined offensive formation went too deep and was crushed by the terrifying pressure. The 21 people who set up the formation coughed out blood and retreated rapidly. The other joint offensive formations did not dare to enter and stopped. Kill! 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 The 4 extreme Yin Corpse Kings roared and charged at Gaishak's group. At the same time, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng also charged over. Boom! 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 12 invincible divine masters fought against the powerful pressure of the immortal domain. After a dozen moves, Gaishak's group was pushed back. Yes, in this environment, the 4 extreme Yin Corpse Kings obviously had the upper hand. Damn it! Gaishak, Yuan Wuji and the others roared. In this environment, only the 6 invincible god lords could take action. Even those existences on the level of King Guangqian would find it difficult to use much of their strength. Those joint offensive formations were even more useless. After all, joint offensive formations were only joint offensive formations. Although they were very powerful and the 21 people combined offensive formations were comparable to an invincible divine master, their weaknesses were weak. But they also had obvious weaknesses. The difference between them and a true invincible divine master was too obvious. If those 5 or 6 21 people combined offensive formations were truly invincible divine masters, Lu Ming's group would not be able to escape. How about it? Should we retreat? Prince Kanglo messaged the others. We can only retreat. The others discussed for a while and decided to retreat. Retreat! Gaishak roared. After hearing this, the members of the 3 forbidden races felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly retreated. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the other 5 also quickly retreated. Although Lu Ming's group had the upper hand, it was impossible for them to keep their opponents here. Why are you retreating? Aren't you going to continue playing? Lu Ming mocked. When the experts of our 3 races arrive, it will be the time of your death. Gaishak coldly roared as his cold eyes scanned Lu Ming. Then he led his subordinates and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. After the 3 forbidden races left, Lu Ming's group also left the immortal domain. After all, it was very uncomfortable to be suppressed by that pressure at all times. After leaving the immortal domain, Lu Ming released Xian Yanqing and the others, as well as the people of the Quasi-Sage tribe, from the ancient desolate ring. Let's find a place to seclude ourselves, Lu Ming said. Chapter 49-42. Lu Ming could not wait to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. If his cultivation broke through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket. At that time, why would he need to fear the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds? He would not be afraid even if 6 invincible Divine Masters attacked him together. There would be a huge increase from the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The increase in battle prowess would be much greater than the increase from the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm to the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming left the mountain, and even the ancient city. He found a quiet place on the island and entered secluded cultivation. In any case, the ancient city was no longer defended, so they could enter and exit as they wished. Moreover, the Quasi-Saint tribe had left people in the ancient city to observe. If there were any abnormalities in the immortal domain, they would immediately send out news. Qiuqiu also stayed in the ancient city for two purposes. One was naturally to observe the immortal domain, and the other was to continue searching for broken divine weapons. The ancient city was very wide. Although they and the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds had already searched through it, there was no guarantee that there was nothing left behind. It was the Origin Tribulation now. Although Qiuqiu could not break through to the Origin realm, he could accumulate energy. He could constantly refine broken divine weapons and various metal materials to accumulate energy. Once the Origin Tribulation was over, he could break through to the Origin realm in an instant. After everything was arranged, Lu Ming and the others began to cultivate in peace. Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun each held a Origin God Tea leaf and cultivated in seclusion. A Origin God Tea leaf also appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Origin God Tea leaf was incomparably green, like a piece of beautiful jade. It was suffused with multicolored light, sometimes transforming into various strange beasts, sometimes into various divine weapons, changing endlessly. It was incomparably mysterious. A refreshing fragrance constantly drilled into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming took out a teapot and a pot of divine spring water. After boiling the divine spring water with forbidden energy, he placed the Origin God Tea leaf into the divine spring water. The divine spring water turned from colorless to emerald green. Lu Ming picked up the teapot and drank the divine spring water in one gulp. Suddenly, a strange energy filled his body and rushed toward the universe bridge. Lu Ming closed his eyes and condensed his spiritual consciousness on the bridge. Then he entered the cosmic sea along the bridge and began to comprehend the origin. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The medicinal effects of the Origin God Tea were mostly exhausted. Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a powerful medicinal effect! The speed of comprehending the origin source is hundreds to thousands of times faster than usual. Lu Ming was amazed. In the past few days, he could feel that the origin energy in the origin seed was rapidly increasing. The speed was hundreds to thousands of times faster than before. In just a few days, it was comparable to a few years of bitter cultivation. At this rate, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm in less than half a year. Continue. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he continued to brew tea with the Divine Spring. A single Origin God Tea leaf could be used repeatedly. Brewing it once would only bring out a small portion of the tea leaves' medicinal efficacy. Only by repeatedly brewing and using the tea leaves would one be able to fully utilize the medicinal fragrance of the tea leaves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in this month. The origin energy in the origin seed was getting richer and richer. He was also getting closer to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. In the past month, the ancient city was very quiet. The immortal domain was still there, and the creatures of the forbidden area were also stationed in one place. There was no other movement. Not far from where Lu Ming and the others were cultivating in seclusion, was where Songqiong was cultivating in seclusion. Phew! Songqiong ended his cultivation once again, and exhaled deeply. His eyes were bright. In 3 months at most, I will be able to reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm. At that time, I will be much more confident in activating the immortal mark. The immortal molt will be mine. Songqiong's lips curled into a smile. He was about to continue brewing tea when suddenly, an elder from the quasi-sage tribe hurried over. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my cultivation if there is nothing important? Songqiong frowned and was somewhat displeased. Young master, something has happened. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe said solemnly. What is it? Songqiong Path. There is news from the tribe that the 3 tribes of the forbidden area transported a large amount of resources back some time ago. During this period, many experts have already awakened. A group of top experts has already entered the Purple Heaven Cave. I'm afraid that they will arrive at the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom soon. After saying this, the elder handed over a voice transmission jade talisman to Songqiong. Songqiong's expression changed. He took the voice transmission jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face was incomparably gloomy. Young master, what should we do now? The elder asked. Originally, I wanted to wait until my cultivation has reached the peak of the Divine Master realm before taking action. However, there is no time now. We must act as soon as possible to open the immortal domain and obtain the immortal molt. Songcheong Path. Young Master, you have not reached the peak of the Divine Master realm yet. Once you take action and activate the immortal mark, I am afraid that your body will not be able to withstand it. You will be severely injured and your cultivation will regress. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe advised. There is no way out for us. Songcheong's expression was resolute. The primitive universe has entered an unprecedented era. It is incomparably dangerous but also filled with endless opportunities. However, our tribe is still too weak. Our ancestor has not recovered from his serious injuries and has been in a deep sleep. If we can obtain the immortal molt and heal him, our tribe will definitely have the upper hand. Even if we face the creatures of the forbidden area, we will still have the strength to fight. Otherwise, when the creatures of the forbidden area fully recover, our tribe will either submit or be exterminated. Sigh. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe sighed and revealed a sad expression. He knew that Songcheong had made up his mind. Go find Lu Ming and the others. We need their help in this matter. Songcheong Path. Lu Ming was originally cultivating. When he sensed the arrival of Songcheong and the others, he temporarily stopped his cultivation. Even though he was cultivating, he was multitasking and divided some of his attention to pay attention to the situation outside. After all, this was not a completely safe place. He naturally had to be cautious. However, he was a little puzzled. Why did Songcheong suddenly look for him? It had only been a month. Logically speaking, Songcheong should not have reached the peak of the Divine Master realm so quickly. Brother Lu, something bad has happened. Songcheong's first sentence made Lu Ming's heart sink a little. Xian Yanqing, Chiu Moon, and the others also ended their cultivation and looked at Songcheong and the others. Brother Tsong, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. I received news that some time ago, the Primordial Light Tribe, the Baleful Een Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe transported a large amount of resources back. During this period, a large number of experts from the three tribes have already awakened. Moreover, many experts have already entered the Purple Heaven Cave and are on their way here. I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the experts from the three tribes will arrive. Songcheong Path. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat grave. He asked, how many experts are there in the three tribes? Are there any invincible divine masters? Yes, according to the news, there are more than 10 invincible divine masters from the three tribes combined. Songcheong Path. What? Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed drastically. Chapter 49-43. The expressions of Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others turned extremely ugly. The number of invincible divine masters from the three clans of the Forbidden Area exceeded 10? Including Gaishak and the others. Wouldn't there be more than 10 invincible divine masters? These were invincible divine masters, known to be invincible below the origin source realm. Each one of them was an extremely rare genius. How could there be so many of them? Not to mention the invincible divine masters. Even those at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven were extremely rare. It wasn't easy for them to appear. Before the creatures of the Forbidden Area were born, the strongest Lord of Heaven and the strongest Divine Master were known to be at the pinnacle of the Divine Master realm. Every force only had a few of them. For example, the Heaven Destroyer only had a few. Invincible Divine Masters were many times stronger than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Only Yi Immortal of the Heavenly Human clan had reached this level. Even Yi Qiuxian couldn't reach it. Even if Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had broken through to the pinnacle of the Divine Master realm, his battle strength would at most be comparable to Prince Guangqian's. But who was Yi Immortal? He was known to be the strongest ancestor in the history of the Heavenly Human clan. He had reincarnated and was extremely talented and unparalleled in the world. That was why he could reach this level. As for Gu Changfeng, he had a forbidden physique 70 stellar years ago. His talent was extraordinary, but he still couldn't reach this level. It was only after he comprehended Genesis techniques that he barely reached this level. As for the Quasi-Saint tribe, there wasn't a single one. Not to mention invincible divine masters, The strongest person that had appeared in the quasi-saint tribe was only at the level of Prince Guangqian, and there was only one of them. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the level of invincible divine master. How rare were people of this level. But there were so many of them from the 3 clans of the forbidden area. How could Lu Ming and the others not be shocked? How is this possible? Dandan cried out in disbelief. Although this matter sounds inconceivable, it is absolutely true. Sung Qiong said solemnly. He paused for a moment before continuing. The creatures in the forbidden grounds are too strong. They are beyond your imagination. In the previous era, the Desolation continent was extremely prosperous. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the Desolation continent. There were quite a number of Immortal Realm experts. However, the forbidden grounds were still forbidden grounds. They were feared by the experts of the Desolation continent. Even Immortal Realm experts couldn't do anything to them. Among them, there are countless people with extraordinary talents. They are not comparable to the celestial race, the demons, or even the quasi-saint race. It is normal for some invincible divine masters to be born. Brother Tsong, you seem to know a lot. I'm really curious. What's the origin of the quasi-immortal race? Lu Ming suddenly changed the topic and asked. Not only did Firmament know a lot about the creatures in the Forbidden Lands, but he also knew a lot about immortals. He knew about immortal molting and immortal realm. If not for Firmament, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't have understood. Those who transcended were immortals. This realm was too far away from Lu Ming and the others. It was illusory and difficult to touch. In this era, immortals had long been cut off. There were no more immortals born. Things about immortals were only legends. However, Firmament seemed to know a lot about them. There is nothing to hide now. My quasi-immortal race came from the previous era. We are native creatures of the Desolation continent. Firmament said. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and the others nodded silently. In fact, they had already guessed this point. The quasi-immortal race had a very deep foundation. They even had a joint attack formation carrier. Moreover, they had existed in this world for countless years. It wasn't strange for them to be creatures of the previous era. The celestial race and the demons were also from the previous era. Moreover, they were the slaves of the human race. If they could be passed down, then it wasn't strange for other creatures to be passed down as well. An old ancestor of my quasi-immortal race is a real immortal. Firmament added. This time, the hearts of Lu Ming and the others shook violently. Immortal. An old ancestor of the quasi-immortal race was actually an immortal. This was really beyond their expectations. No wonder Firmament knew so much about immortals. In the quasi-immortal race, there were many ancient books that introduced immortals. Oh right, quasi-immortal race? Lu Ming's heart moved. He roughly understood why the quasi-immortal race was called quasi-immortal race. Because they were descendants of immortals, so they were called quasi-immortals? How vain! Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Brother Firmament, do you have a way to find us? Lu Ming composed himself and asked. We have to break the immortal realm, seize the immortal molting, and leave this place before the experts of the 3 races of the forbidden area arrive. Firmament said. Wait until we have a breakthrough in our cultivation. Will we still be afraid of them? Myriad deities said. The key is that we don't have time. Once the 3 races of the forbidden area arrive, do you think they will let us go? They will definitely look for us everywhere. Once we are surrounded by them, we will have to face a dozen invincible divine masters. Do we still have any hope? Firmament asked. The myriad deities fell silent. A dozen invincible divine masters was an incomparably terrifying force. Even if they ran toward the immortal realm, it would be useless. Those joint attack formations couldn't be used. A dozen invincible divine masters would be more than enough to kill them. Moreover, even if we escape the pursuit of the 3 races of the forbidden area, I believe that the 3 races of the forbidden area will have a way to break the immortal realm. At that time, the immortal molting will have no chance with us. Firmament said. You said that we have to break the immortal realm first. Do you have a way? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Firmament nodded. Since you have a way, why didn't you say so earlier? Dandan squinted at the sky, her face full of suspicion. Firmament said calmly. I just thought of it not long ago. Lu Ming and the others obviously didn't believe him. They speculated that Firmament had a way long ago, and that he had deliberately concealed it. They didn't know what his purpose was. If we want to break the immortal realm, we will need your help. Firmament continued. You need our help? How? Lu Ming asked. Now we can confirm that there are two immortal molting remains on that mountain peak. They are resisting each other, which is why the immortal realm is formed. The reason for this is very likely because the two immortals still have an inextinguishable fighting spirit contained in their molting remains. As long as the fighting spirit in the two immortal molting remains is completely ignited and destroyed, the immortal realm will collapse on its own. Firmament explained. Lu Ming and the others didn't say anything. They looked at Firmament and waited for him to continue. As for how to ignite the fighting spirit in the immortal molting remains, it's actually very simple. The immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is actually a human, and many of you are humans. As long as we use your blood to set up a formation, and activate it to attack the immortal molting remains of the Juyin tribe, the immortal molting remains of the Juyin tribe will think that the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is attacking him, and the fighting spirit in it will be ignited. Firmament explained. Will that work? Lu Ming and the others were a little skeptical. Chapter 49-44. After hearing Song Qiong's explanation, Lu Ming and the others were doubtful. Would it be useful to use their blood as the foundation to set up an array to attack the immortals molting of the extreme Yin tribe? No matter how they set up the array, its power was far inferior to that of the immortals. Would it be useful? Dandan raised this question directly, because he would most likely be the one setting up the array. The immortals molting of the immortal only contains the inextinguishable battle spirit, but it doesn't have intelligence to distinguish between strong and weak. As long as it senses a similar aura, it will explode. I'm 90% sure about this. And the Extreme corpse has the aura of the Extreme tribe. If we use their blood to set up an array to attack the immortals molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, we can also explode the inextinguishable battle spirit in the molting of the immortal. The two inextinguishable battle spirits will definitely fight fiercely and destroy each other. After Song Qiong finished speaking, he smiled confidently. Okay, let's do that then. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way now. Although they hadn't broken through yet, there was no time. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 3 or 4 months to break through. Even if the others were shorter than him, it wouldn't be much shorter. By the time they broke through, it would be too late. After making up their minds, they quickly set off and entered the ancient city to find the Extreme Yin corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming also called Qiu back to gather. For more than a month, the Extreme Yin corpse was still looking for a way to break through the immortal's domain, but to no avail. Song Qiong told the Extreme Yin corpse his plan, and the Extreme Yin corpse naturally agreed. It was just a small loss of blood, no big deal. The matter of setting up the array naturally had to be left to Dandan. They followed the immortal's domain, and looked for a good direction. It's here. Dandan's eyes lit up. In this direction, looking at the mountain peak, they could vaguely see 2 balls of light on the mountain peak. One ball of light was extremely hot, and the other ball of light was pitch black and as cold as the abyss. These 2 balls of light must be the immortals molting. But they were too far away, and the immortals' domain affected their vision, so they couldn't see what the immortals' molting of the light balls of light was. The immortals' molting of the immortal was a part of the immortal's body after his death. It could be any part of the body: hands, feet, bones, heart, and so on. After choosing a direction, Dandan began to set up the formation. Lu Ming waved his hand and forced out some blood from his body. He put it in a jade bottle and gave it to Dandan to set up the array. Runes drawn with fresh blood would create a formation that contained the aura of the owner of the fresh blood. The 4 Absolute Yin Corpse Kings sent out some ordinary Absolute Yin corpses to patrol the surroundings to prevent the beings of the Forbidden Grounds from discovering their purpose. 3 days later, the 2 formations were completed. Rise! Dandan shouted and activated the array formation. The 2 arrays lit up and condensed a ray of multicolored light, which flew towards the 2 balls of light on the mountain peak. The immortal domain didn't seem to have much effect on the attacks of the array formation. In an instant, the two rays of light approached the two balls of light. As if sensing the aura of the two rays of light, the two balls of light suddenly emitted a scorching radiance. Wang, wang. Everyone could feel the two lumps of light vibrating violently. Immediately, a terrifying power exploded, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Retreat, retreat quickly. The inextinguishable battle intent left by the immortal is about to erupt. This area will be very dangerous. Retreat. Song Qiong exclaimed, and led the people of the quasi-saint tribe to retreat like a stream of light. Go. Lu Ming and the others also retreated quickly. The absolute Yin corpses roared and retreated in the end. What's going on? In another direction, the three races of the Forbidden Grounds were also alarmed. What a terrifying aura. It's from the immortal molting. Look, there are two figures. Gaishak and the others exclaimed. They could see that the two balls of light on the mountain peak were shining brightly. Then, a figure appeared above the two balls of light. Each figure was over 100,000 feet tall. One of them looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and straight, wearing a purple robe and a purple golden crown on his head. The other figure was wearing a pitch-black armor and had a wide mouth full of fangs. His body was shrouded in dense black qi. The aura emitted by the two figures was boundlessly terrifying. It was like a brilliant heavenly might, supreme and eternal. Immortal, it's immortal. No, it's their inextinguishable battle intent. They're going to fight. Let's go. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared in shock and retreated frantically. Immortal. Lu Ming and the others also saw the two figures. They were shocked and retreated even faster. Boom. The two figures made their move and exchanged a blow on the mountain peak. At this moment, it was as if the universe had collapsed. Heaven and earth shook violently. An earth-shattering force swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void. The ground continued to tremble. Cracks began to appear all over the ground like a spider web. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the others retreated in time and were not affected by this force. They retreated all the way to the edge of the ancient city and stopped near the city wall. If something went wrong here, they could quickly escape from the ancient city. Boom. Boom. In the distance, two gigantic figures were constantly exchanging blows, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Is this the strength of immortal? It's just two inextinguishable imprints. How can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Inside was the Purple Heaven Paradise and the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Whether it was the space or the earth, they were extremely stable. It was far from comparable to the universe. Even so, they were still fighting fiercely. If they were to fight in the universe, who knew what kind of disaster it would cause? This was only the remnant battle intent of the two. If it was the real immortal, who knew how strong it would be? The difference between origin and immortal is too great. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It was not that he had never seen origin in action. The four masters of the heavenly palace were said to be at the peak of origin. However, their battle strength was still worlds apart from these two immortal imprints. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. In the immortal domain, the huge mountain peak exploded. Violent energy surged up from the ground. On the ground, huge cracks continuously extended in all directions. Violent forces swept out in all directions, and lava raged. It was a doomsday scene. Originally, the Purple Heaven Paradise was on the verge of collapse. Huge cracks had already appeared on the island outside the ancient city. The island was about to be torn apart. At this moment, the collapse was even more severe. The ground kept rumbling and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Crack. There were cracks on the walls of the ancient city behind Lu Ming and the rest. The Purple Heaven Paradise is about to collapse. I'm afraid it can't hold on for much longer. Firmament said with a gloomy face. Little Qing, Autumn Moon Yue. If the situation is not right, you guys leave first. Leave the Purple Heaven Paradise first. Lu Ming transmitted to Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. Chapter 49-45. No one knew what would happen if the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven was completely destroyed, so they had to be prepared. If we leave together. If we stay together. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming firmly. The same went for Qiu Moon and the others. Lu Ming nodded silently. Boom. The battle between the two immortal inextinguishable fighting intents was getting more and more intense. That area was already turned upside down. However, Lu Ming and the others also saw that the two figures were getting dimmer and dimmer. They were about to disappear. Everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after countless years, even the immortal inextinguishable fighting intents were limited. They fought against each other and wore each other down. They wouldn't last long before they dissipated. As the two figures became dimmer and dimmer, their power became weaker and weaker. After a while, the two figures had become very faint, but they were still fighting and pouncing on each other. When the two figures collided with each other again, they suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the powerful pressure that permeated between heaven and earth also disappeared without a trace. The immortal domain disappeared. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. Charge! The Extreme Een Corpse Kings couldn't bear it anymore. The 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings roared and led the Extreme Een Corpse army to charge forward. Let's go! Lu Ming and the others also followed. Young master, an elder of the Quasi-Saint tribe called out softly beside Tianxiong. Don't worry, let them fight first. I'll be more confident when I take action. Tianxiong whispered. In another direction, the experts of the 3 forbidden races also rushed frantically in the direction of the immortal molt. Although they were far away, they could still see the 2 balls of light suspended in the air. On the contrary, the 2 balls of light no longer emitted any terrifying aura. In other words, the immortal molt could be taken away now. The speed of all parties was very fast. It didn't take long for them to get close. That is, when they saw the true appearance of the 2 balls of light, everyone was shocked. In the purple ball of light was a finger. One of his fingers was purple, as if it was carved out of purple jade. Fresh blood could even be seen at the base of his finger. It was incomparably red, as if fresh blood had just flowed out. In the other black ball of light, there was a bone. From the looks of it, it was a vertebra. The molting of an immortal. This was the molting of an immortal. It was obvious that the finger belonged to the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto, and the vertebra belonged to the immortal from the Ju-Een tribe. The Extreme Een corpses stared at the spine with burning gazes. If they could obtain this spine and absorb the energy on it to cultivate, they would undergo earth-shaking changes. They would become true members of the Extreme Een tribe. Their cultivation and strength would also skyrocket. This was too attractive for them. The 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings were the fastest. They were like 4 bolts of lightning as they charged towards the spine. Scram! A cold shout rang out, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Beams of light shot towards the 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings. It was Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Not only him, but Gaishak and the Lord of the Underworld, as well as Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsongqing, had also arrived. They seemed to have their eyes on the molting of the immortal from the Ju-Een tribe, and charged over together. Kill! Roar! The 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings were enraged. Black chi surged from their bodies as they slashed at Yuan Wuji and the others with their ancient divine weapons. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged towards the immortal's molting of the Ju-Een tribe with excitement in his eyes. It was the Lord of the Underworld. The immortal's molting of the Ju-Een tribe is mine. The Lord of the Underworld was excited. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards the vertebra. However, a cold river rushed over from the side and hit the Lord of the Underworld's palm, forcing him back a few steps. Prince Kanglo, the Lord of the Underworld, shouted angrily. Prince Kanglo did not say anything and charged towards the immortal's molting of the Ju-Een tribe alone. Don't even think about it. The Lord of the Underworld shouted and charged towards Prince Kanglo. Although the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area had cooperated, it was only temporary. It was to deal with Lu Ming. In essence, they were also enemies. They competed with each other, and each had their own selfish motives. They all wanted to get the immortal's molting of the Ju-Een tribe, so they naturally would not give in to each other. Lu Ming, come and help us. Dao Ju shouted, wanting to ask Lu Ming and the others to help. They had cooperated before, and Lu Ming had promised to help them get the immortal's molting of the Ju-Een tribe. However, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng had no time to help them now. because they had their eyes on the immortals molting of the purple heaven grotto heaven. The invincible divine masters and the Ju-in corpse king of the 3 tribes of the forbidden area were all fighting for the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe. No one cared about the immortals molting of the purple heaven grotto heaven for now. Now, in the eyes of the 3 tribes of the forbidden area and the Ju-in corpse king, the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe was more suitable for them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not take it now, when would they? After we get this immortals molting, we will help you. Lu Ming's voice sounded in the ears of the 4 Ju-in corpse kings. Anyway, it would not take much time. It would not be too late to help the 4 Ju-in corpse kings after they got the immortals molting of the purple heaven grotto. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were extremely fast and quickly approached the immortals molting. However, there was a figure who was even faster. With a flash of demonic qi, the figure quickly approached the immortals molting. It was Zixian. Zixian had been hiding nearby. She also saw that no one was fighting for the immortals molting of the purple heaven grotto, so she attacked without hesitation. The demonic qi formed a huge hand and grabbed at the immortals molting. Should I attack? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he and Zixian could be considered friends after all. At this moment, he could not help but hesitate. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. A terrifying sword light broke through the void and slashed at Zixian, aiming for her forehead. If Zixian continued to take the immortals molting, she would definitely be hit by the sword. She had no choice. Her demon wings shone and slashed out like a divine knife, blocking the sword light. However, her body was also blocked. Whoosh. A figure charged at the immortals molting at an astonishing speed. Ye Immortal! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person who blocked Zixian was Ye Immortal. Lu Ming attacked without hesitation. The divine warrior spear vibrated and the spear radiance expanded, stabbing at Ye Immortal. With a loud clang, the spear and sword collided. There was a loud explosion and a strong force spread in all directions. At this moment, Gu Changfeng seized the opportunity and charged at the immortals molting. However, he was blocked by Zixian. Zixian, you forced me to attack. Gu Changfeng shouted. He no longer had any scruples and his forbidden power exploded. His combat strength exploded like a tide. However, Zixian's combat strength was incomparably strong. Her demon wings were ever-changing and could be used to attack and defend. Her combat strength was not inferior to Gu Changfeng's. Even if Gu Changfeng used Genesis techniques, he could not do anything to Zixian. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, but the outcome was still undecided. Chapter 49-46. Gu Changfeng and Zixian were fighting. Lu Ming and Ye Immortal were also fighting. There was also a chaotic battle near the immortals molting in Purple Heaven Grotto. However, the 4 of them were fighting in pairs, so it was not that intense. It was not easy to determine the winner. However, it was really intense near the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe. The 6 invincible divine masters of the 3 tribes and the 4 Ju-in corpse kings were fighting fiercely. Everyone wanted to get the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe. However, anyone who got close to the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe would be surrounded and attacked. Many of them were already bleeding and severely injured. Roar. Suddenly, there was a roar. A burly figure found an opening and rushed toward the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe. It was Fist Ju of the 4 Ju-in corpse kings. Die. Don't even think about it. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji and the others, who were fighting in a chaotic battle, shouted angrily. They aimed their attacks at Fist Ju and attacked him. Sword Ju, take the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe and leave. This time, Fist Ju did not dodge. Instead, he roared and blocked with all his strength. He wore a set of black and rusty gloves on his fists. Black chi surged from his body and shot out wildly from his fists. However, he was alone. How could he block the combined attacks of the 6 peerless elites of the 3 tribes? His fists were instantly blasted apart. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 beams of deity light, one red and one black, pierced through the black chi on Fist Ju's body. They cut open the ancient armor on Fist Ju's body, leaving 2 hideous wounds. However, Fist Ju roared and did not retreat. He continued to attack with his fists. His goal was to block the elites of the 3 tribes in the forbidden area, and buy time for Sword Ju. Roar! Sword Ju roared. He seemed to be very angry. However, he did not stop. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed toward the immortals molting of the Ju'in tribe. Get lost! Kill him! Seeing sword extinction closing in on the immortal molt, Gaishak and the others grew anxious. They raised their battle prowess to the maximum and unleashed their terrifying killer moves. However, Prince Kangluo and Prince Songqing's attacks were blocked by the 2 corpse kings, Saber Extinction and Halberd Extinction. However, in the end they could only block the attacks of 2 people. They were powerless against the attacks of the other 4 peerless experts. Boom 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 boom. This time, the attacks of the 4 experts were even more ferocious. They directly shattered Fist Ju's fist energy and bombarded his body. Fist Ju was already severely injured. How could he withstand the all-out attack of the 4 experts? His body was instantly torn into 5 or 6 pieces. Even so, Quan Ju was still not dead. Black energy filled the air as the broken pieces of his body wanted to gather back together. However, Gaishak waved the black banner, and 9 evil spirits appeared and swallowed Quan Ju's body. As a result, Quan Ju had completely fallen. However, after being blocked by the fist extinction, the sword extinction finally rushed to the side of the immortal molt. He grabbed the immortal molt in his hand. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nor was there any danger. After grabbing the immortal molt, the sword extinction quickly rushed into the distance. Chase after him. Don't even think about escaping. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared and chased after the sword extinction. However, the sword extinction's speed was extremely fast. He was like a sword light and wasn't any weaker than Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others who were known for their speed. One chased while the other fled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the sword extinction. Skydome. Yes, this figure was actually Skydome. Previously, he had been observing from afar and watching from afar. That was why he was able to make the first move and stop the sword extinction before he could. Lu Ming was fighting with the immortal, but he also saw this scene from the corner of his eyes. What is Skydome trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the immortal molt from the sword extinction? That's impossible. The sword extinction can severely injure, or even kill him in one move. Lu Ming was puzzled. Not only him, but the others also felt the same. Although Skydome was very talented and could be considered peerless in the universe, his cultivation was only at the 9th level Divine Master realm. His combat strength was only comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The strongest Lord of Heaven wanted to compete with the immortal molt, a peerless corpse king like the sword extinction. It was undoubtedly an act of suicide. The sword extinction recognized Skydome and knew that he was on the same side as Lu Ming. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead he roared, "Get lost or die! Hand the immortal molt to me, or you'll be the one who dies." Skydome said coldly, "You're courting death." The sword extinction shouted coldly and didn't show any mercy. He slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand, and a terrifying dark sword light slashed at Skydome. This sword was enough to severely injure a Guangqian imperial envoy. At this moment, the mark between Skydome's eyebrows lit up and burned like a flame. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. With Skydome as the center, the void exploded into chaos at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, Skydome pointed a finger at the sword light slashed out by the sword extinction. With a bang, the sword light slashed out by the sword extinction was directly dispersed. Then Skydome's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the sword extinction with less than 2 meters between them. The sword extinction was shocked. Skydome's speed was unbelievably fast. He didn't hesitate to use all his strength and slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times stronger than the previous one. It was comparable to Yi Immortal's Genesis technique. Destroy! Skydome roared, and the aura emitted from his body became even more terrifying. At this moment, it was as if a peerless expert had awakened in his body and erupted with earth-shattering power. Skydome's body was enveloped in a layer of blazing light. His finger was like a divine sword. No, it was even sharper than a source-grade divine weapon. With a point of his finger, A scorching and sharp sword light burst out from his finger. Clang! Sky Dome's finger touched the pitch-black ancient sword of the Sword Extinction. The ancient sword vibrated continuously, and the Sword Extinction's burly figure was forced to take a few steps back. The ancient sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Die! The next moment, Sky Dome's 5 sword-like fingers reached out and grabbed the Sword Extinction's head. Roar! The Sword Extinction roared and frantically resisted. The ancient sword slashed out and slashed at Sky Dome's body. But a shocking scene occurred. The layer of blazing light on Sky Dome's body blocked the sword. Sky Dome himself was unharmed. His claws suddenly reached out and pierced the Sword Extinction's head like 5 sharp swords. With a puff, the Sword Extinction's head exploded and he died. The immortal molt in the Sword Extinction's hand also fell into Sky Dome's hands. Everyone's hearts shook violently as they revealed looks of disbelief. The Sword Extinction was a peerless corpse king, an existence at the level of an invincible divine master. His vitality was shockingly strong, but he was killed just like that. It was unbelievable that he was killed by a 9th-level divine master. Although Gaishak and the others had killed the Fist Extinction earlier, the 4 of them had joined forces, and it had taken them a lot of effort. But the Sword Extinction seemed to be unable to fight back in Sky Dome's hands. Chapter 49-47. The Aura of an Immortal. That's the aura of an immortal. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he kept repeating that sentence. The aura emitted from Song Qiong was too similar to the inextinguishable battle spirit left by the 2 immortals. It was also as brilliant as the heavenly might, high and mighty as if it had transcended everything. That was the aura unique to immortals. Song Qiong had something related to immortals. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that Song Qiong had mentioned that an old ancestor of the Quasi-Saint tribe was a true immortal. It's the immortal mark. Do you want to die? How dare you use the immortal mark when you're only a 9th-level divine master? Yuan Wuji roared. As the peerless elites of the Forbidden Lands, they naturally had great eyesight and were knowledgeable. They immediately saw that Song Qiong was using the immortal mark. The immortal mark couldn't be used casually. The user's bloodline had to be extremely similar to that immortal's, and had to be approved by that immortal to be able to use it. Once it was used, it was very dangerous as it required one to burn one's life origin and essence. Given Song Qiong's cultivation, he would be half crippled and his cultivation level would drop. In serious cases he would die. Don't let him go. Attack! Gaishak roared at the same time as he waved the black banner. 9 evil spirits rushed towards Song Qiong. At the same time, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji also reacted and attacked together. For terrifying attacks shot towards Song Qiong. Previously, the 4 of them had joined forces to severely injure Fist Extinction. Humph! Song Qiong snorted and slashed out 4 times in a row. 4 scorching sword lights burst out and blocked the attacks of Gaishak, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Gaishak and the other 3 were shocked. However, Prince Kanglo and Prince Songqing, as well as the 2 extreme Yin Corpse Kings, Blade Extinction and Halberd Extinction, also rushed over. The 4 of them were originally fighting, but after seeing Song Qiong kill Sword Extinction and snatch the immortal molt, they stopped and rushed over. Let's kill him together. He can't last long after activating the immortal mark. 5th Origin shouted loudly. The scorching red immortal light was pushed to the extreme by him, and he charged toward the firmament. Firmament's expression changed indeterminately, and then he suddenly turned around and charged towards the back. Chase! The 8 peerless experts roared and chased after him. At that moment, the world was collapsing even more violently. Previously, there seemed to be 2 immortals' inextinguishable battle, while suppressing the collapse of heaven and earth a little slower. Now that he had lost the suppression of immortals' inextinguishable fighting will, the world had turned upside down. Heaven and earth collapsed, producing a powerful destructive power that swept out in all directions. Everyone had to dodge the destructive power at all times, worried that they would be swept in. At this moment, the battle between Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, Zixian, and Yi Immortal had reached its climax. The 4 of them had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. However, just as Song Qiong escaped and the 8 experts chased after him, A figure rushed towards the remains of the immortal from the Purple Heaven Grotto at an astonishing speed. Sangxian. No, Dark Knight Rose. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The figure rushing towards the remains of the immortal was Dark Knight Rose. However, she was still in the appearance of Princess Sangxian of the Tsangming race. Absolute demonic wall. Zixian yelled. A pair of demonic wings glowed, and two demonic walls appeared. One side blocked Gu Changfeng's attack, while the other side appeared in front of Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose slapped out, and a black hole appeared in her palm. A terrifying devouring power burst out, and hit the absolute demonic wall. Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that Dark Knight Rose's cultivation had reached the peak Divine Master level as soon as she attacked. After all, Dark Knight Rose was only a 9th level Divine Master the last time they met. It had only been a month, but Dark Knight Rose's cultivation had already broken through. Even if Dark Knight Rose had obtained the Origin God Tea tree and the Origin God Tea leaves, she couldn't have broken through so quickly. Perhaps it has something to do with Dark Knight Rose's original body. After all, they're both plant-type life forms, so they can absorb the Origin God Tea faster? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Dark Knight Rose slammed her palm on the absolute demon wall and blasted it apart. However, her body was also blocked by the wall. Lu Ming, you promised to help me once. It's time for you to fulfill your promise and stop them for me. Dark Knight Rose's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's face sank slightly. Dark Knight Rose wanted him to help her once. Was it for this moment? Had Dark Knight Rose planned so far ahead to fight for the Immortal's mold? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't want to agree. However, Dark Knight Rose had helped him before, which was equivalent to saving his life. Moreover, he had sworn on his life origin. Before he reached the Origin realm, he wouldn't be able to resist the backlash from his life origin. He had no choice. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his War God Spear and stopped Zixian, who was about to charge at Dark Knight Rose. Then he slammed his palm forward and a piece of land was formed. It pressed down on Ye Immortal and stopped Ye Immortal. Senior Gu, please. Lu Ming's voice rang out in Gu Changfeng's ears. He had promised Dark Knight Rose that he would help her, but Gu Changfeng had not promised to help her. Lu Ming, you cheated. Dark Knight Rose said to Lu Ming telepathically. I've already done my best to stop the two of them. I didn't break my promise. Lu Ming replied. He wasn't lying. He had already done his best to stop Ye Immortal and Zixian. He hadn't broken his promise. Humph. Dark Knight Rose snorted coldly. She pressed her hands forward and a huge rose suddenly appeared in front of Gu Changfeng. The huge rose bit at Gu Changfeng like a huge mouth. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the center of the flower, like a black hole. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng used an origin technique and punched out. The space exploded and a destructive force surged out. However, a part of the force was devoured by the rose. The remaining force didn't manage to destroy the rose. Dark Knight Rose seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal's slough in a flash. She grabbed the slough of the Heaven Immortal. Everyone, I'll take the Heaven Immortal's slough. Dark Knight Rose smiled. Her body split into 2 into 4 into 8. 8 identical silhouettes rushed in 8 different directions at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming did not continue to stop Zixian. Zixian quickly chased after the Dark Knight Rose, but after a while, Zixian stopped. Because she didn't know which one to chase. Then Zixian gave Lu Ming a complicated look. She flapped her demon wings and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. I've worked for nothing, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He didn't get any of the Heaven Immortal's slough. Chapter 49-48. In the end, Lu Ming did not get a single piece of the Immortal's molted skin. Have I run out of luck? Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, Lu Ming did not mind. If he did not get it, then so be it. There was no need to force it. He had already gained a lot from this trip to Purple Heaven Grotto. Other things aside, he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret skill and broken through to the 9th tier Divine Master realm. His combat strength had increased by a few levels, and he had reached the level of an invincible Divine Master. This was more practical than any treasure. Moreover, They had emptied 2 meridians and obtained at least 20 billion immortal stones, many immortal crystals, and various levels of divine medicine. However, they had obtained 3 stalks of top-notch divine medicine. Most importantly, he had obtained more than a dozen divine origin tea leaves. With some time, his cultivation level would reach the peak of the divine master realm. The same went for Xian Yanqing and the others. These were all huge gains, and they could be quickly converted into their strength. Although the immortal's molted skin was extremely precious, Lu Ming did not know how to use it even if he got it now. The immortal's molted skin was the essence of the immortal body. It contained endless energy, and was not something they could refine at the moment. Even if they got it, they could only leave it. They could see if they could use it. Therefore, he was not too disappointed. Moreover, there was something more important to do now. That was to kill Yi Immortal. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Immortal was alone and had no other helpers. After seeing that the immortal's molted skin had been taken away by the Dark Night Rose, Yi Immortal knew that he could not succeed. He quickly fled in another direction. However, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng had their eyes on him for a long time. "Stay here," Gu Changfeng yelled, and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged toward Yi Wuchen like a tidal wave. Faced with such a terrifying fist energy, Yi Immortal did not dare to be careless even though he was protected by a top-notch origin-grade armor. He swung his sword to block the attack. Chaos style. Lu Ming followed up with a palm strike. A huge continent formed and came crashing down on Yi Immortal. Sword of the Celestial, Death of the Moon, Destruction of the Sun. In the face of Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's combined attacks, Yi Immortal felt an immense sense of danger. He pushed his battle prowess to the limit and slashed out with his top-notch source-grade divine weapon. He actually used 2 Genesis techniques in an instant. A great sun and a waning moon appeared in the sky at the same time. Boundless light filled the sky. Countless streams of sword chi pierced through the land mass and the fist force, fending off the attacks of the two. As for Yi Wuchang, he seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly like a ray of light. But at this moment, a huge halberd came crashing down on Yi Immortal's head. Yi Immortal's pupils shrank. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. With a loud clang, Yi Immortal's body trembled and he retreated. His face darkened. The person blocking him was a huge figure wearing a sinister-looking black armor. It was Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others who had set up the joint attack formation. With all 12 of them in place, it was a perfect joint attack formation. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the sky splitter form and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Immortal. At the same time, Gu Changfeng destroyed the waning moon and the great sun. His fist energy continued to crush Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal had nowhere to run. He tried his best to dodge, but it was impossible for him to dodge all 3 attacks at the same level as him. Bam! Lu Ming's spear of Ares hit Yi Immortal's chest. Yi Immortal's body flew out, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though he was protected by a top-notch source-level armor, it was impossible for him to completely negate Lu Ming's attack. The terrifying power still penetrated the armor and hurt him. Lu Ming's attack landed. Gu Changfeng and the 12 of them followed up with a killer move each. Boom. Boom. The 2 killer moves hit Yi Immortal accurately. Bam. Yi Immortal's body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Actually, the ground could no longer be called the ground. This was because the earth had completely collapsed, turning into pieces of earth fragments. Yi Wuxiu smashed into a piece of earth fragment, directly smashing this piece of earth fragment into even smaller fragments. Yi Immortal was severely injured after being hit by 3 consecutive attacks. Kill! Lu Ming and the others shouted as they continued to attack Yi Immortal. They wanted to eliminate Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal was the backbone of the heavenly human tribe. He was extremely scheming and Yi Qiuxian was no match for him. Although Yi Qiuxian was talented, he was much more inexperienced compared to Yi Immortal. As long as Yi Immortal was killed, the heavenly human tribe would no longer be a threat. Yi Immortal's gaze was cold. Even at this critical moment, he did not give up. He would not give up until the very last moment. He mustered all the energy in his body and spread out his spiritual senses, looking for an opportunity to escape. Rumble. Boom. Boom. At this moment, shocking rumbles and explosions could be heard. Waves of terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions and wreaked havoc in the void. Space was torn apart, and the ground was completely destroyed. Countless boulders and fragments of the ground flew out in all directions like popcorn. At this moment, the entire Purple Heaven Hollow was in an uproar. Lu Ming could clearly see that many extreme corpses were swept up by the destructive power. Their bodies were torn apart and turned into ashes. Even Lu Ming and the others had to circulate their energy to block the destructive power. Ordinary divine masters would not be able to block the destructive power, and would be torn apart. However, their bodies were also blocked by the devastating destructive power. Yi Immortal would not let go of such an opportunity. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot out into the distance. His speed was even faster than when he was at his peak. He was burning his potential without caring about his injuries. At this moment, he could not care less about his injuries. He knew that this was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, he would be stuck here forever. After him, Lu Ming shouted. The war god spear buzzed and vibrated violently. A powerful force burst out and broke the surrounding rocks and destructive power. He quickly chased after Yi Immortal. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Yi Immortal had already broken out of their encirclement and was charging forward crazily. He did not care about the destructive power of the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow. His speed was increased to the highest level in history. The distance between him and Lu Ming was widening. Moreover, the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow were crumbling. There were rocks and hazy seawater everywhere. There was also dust, which severely affected one's vision. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming jumped over a few huge fragments of the ground and lost track of Yi Immortal. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If Lu Ming could not catch up, Gu Changfeng, Xian Yinqing, and Dandan would not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 49-49. Lu Ming stopped. After a few breaths, Gu Changfeng and Xian Yinqing arrived with their combined attack. Yi Immortal has escaped, Lu Ming said. The black-armored warrior dissipated with a bang. The combined attack was removed, revealing Xian Yinqing, Qiu Yu and the other two. They activated their powers to block the destructive power. With their current cultivation, they had no problem blocking the destructive power. Yi Immortal is not meant to die. It's just in time for the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven to collapse. Dandan said unhappily. If the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven had collapsed a little later, they would have had the confidence to kill Yi Immortal. Forget about Yi Immortal. Let's get out of here first. The Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is in chaos, Lu Ming said. Now the Purple Heaven Cave had completely collapsed. It was a true collapse. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The laws and profound meanings were in chaos. Bubbles even felt that time and space were in chaos. She could no longer tell the direction. Senior Lion, enter my ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming said. To be safe, Lu Ming opened the ancient desolation ring. He planned to let everyone enter the ancient desolation ring while he and Gu Changfeng stayed outside to break out. No one knew what would happen if the sky fell and the earth cracked. No, I want to stay outside. I think there's something good to eat, Qiu said and looked around. I want to stay outside too. I can help you. Bubbles also called out. In the end, Lu Ming left Bubbles and Qiu behind. The others entered the ancient desolation ring. Then the four of them chose a direction and rushed out with Gu Changfeng. Boom, 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 boom. It was like the beginning of the universe. Lu Ming knew that it would not be long before Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven completely disappeared from the universe. Something good to eat. Qiu suddenly cried out and stared in a certain direction. Lu Ming looked over and saw a piece of purple gold metal embedded in a huge rock. It was as big as a water tank. This is the Purple Moon Divine Gold, an excellent material for refining source-level divine weapons. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. The power of time and space erupted. The space around the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold suddenly distorted. Then, the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold automatically separated from the rock and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. Qiu, you've eaten enough during this period of time. I'll keep this purple moon divine gold for now and give it to you in the future, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, he put away the purple moon divine gold. You guys, there's one over there too. There are a few pieces there. As they flew, Qiu constantly discovered all kinds of different metals. Furthermore, they were all of extremely high grades. At the very least, they could be used to refine origin-grade divine weapons. Because those metals that could only be used to refine master-grade divine weapons, or even lower grades, couldn't catch Qiu's attention at all. Obviously, these top-grade metals were buried deep under the ground before. Without careful investigation, they couldn't find them at all. Now that the ground had completely collapsed, these top-grade metals were also exposed. Sometimes they could even get some immortal stones and immortal crystals. Immortal stones and immortal crystals weren't the only things that could be found in Qi meridians. In places like Purple Heaven, there were also immortal stones and immortal crystals and immortal stones, but there weren't as many as Qi meridians. Along the way they kept gaining. They didn't know how long they had been flying, but suddenly, they saw a glimmer of light. We're about to reach the edge. I can feel that the spacetime outside isn't chaotic. Bubbles cried out excitedly. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed forward. With a bang, they seemed to have rushed out of some kind of barrier and appeared in a calm place. We're out. This is the universe ruins. Bubbles yelled. Everyone looked around and was sure that this should be the universe ruins. They had already left Purple Heaven, because the void behind them was shaking and twisting like water waves. They didn't know how big the area was, but at a glance, there were such distorted voids everywhere. Obviously, the collapse of Purple Heaven had affected the space of the universe ruins. Let's get out of here quickly, lest we encounter the experts of the 3 forbidden clans, Lu Ming said. Since they were out, the experts of the 3 forbidden clans were most likely fine. If they encountered them, it would be bad. In the universe ruins, they were much less restricted than in Purple Heaven. With a flash, they disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of millions of miles away. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. To be honest, they were a little worried about the other people in the Heaven Destroyer. Although Lion had told them to evacuate quickly and leave Purple Heaven if the situation wasn't right. Although the collapse of Purple Heaven wouldn't cause fatal damage to Lu Ming and the others, ordinary Almighty couldn't resist that kind of destructive power. If the people of the Heaven Destroyer were still there when Purple Heaven completely collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when they came out just now, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to a few acquaintances of the Heaven Destroyer, but found that the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them at all. Those people had the strength of the top Lord of Heaven. Even if they were in Purple Heaven, they should be able to survive. There were 3 reasons why the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them. First, they had already come out and returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base. The 2 sides were too far away, so the voice transmission couldn't reach them. Second, they had already died. Third, they were still in Purple Heaven. Lu Ming felt that the first reason should be more important. After all, Lion and Gu Changfeng had told them to evacuate early. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer, but after flying for a while, they stopped. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this universe ruin. Lu Ming whispered and frowned. Indeed, something's wrong. I feel that the esoteric laws of heaven and earth are much stronger and more orderly than before. Bubbles also said. Let's find a fragment of the continent to take a look. Lu Ming said. After a while, Lu Ming and the others were a little stunned. They found a fragment of the continent, but this fragment was extremely huge, as if many fragments of the continent had been pieced together. Around this huge fragment of the continent, there were some small fragments of the continent that seemed to be slowly approaching this fragment of the continent. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was indeed approaching. The most important thing was that the environment on these fragments of the continent was too good. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality, and there were even all kinds of divine herbs growing on it. Although their levels weren't high, there were a lot of them. The main reason was that the desolation Qi was too rich. Yes, the desolation Qi on the fragment of the continent was shockingly rich. It was even better than the cultivation environment of the Heaven Destroyer's base. If they remembered correctly, these fragments of the continent used to be just ruins. Chapter 4950. These continent fragments were just ruins in the past. There was nothing on them. Because this place was not very far from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they remembered it very clearly because they had passed by here the last time they came. What was going on? It had only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change here? Lu Ming released Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Lion and the others from the Chaos Ring. They were also dumbfounded. It's only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change? Even if the ruins of the universe began to recover, it shouldn't have changed so quickly. Dandan said in disbelief. Could there be an error in time? In fact, more than a few years have passed, Bubbles suddenly said. The others were shocked. Bubbles, what do you mean? Lu Ming asked. When Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven collapsed, the time and space inside became very chaotic, and there was no pattern at all. Maybe not long has passed inside. In fact, many years have passed in the ruins of the universe. Bubbles speculated. What? Everyone's heart trembled even more violently. Many years had passed? However, it was not impossible. Bubbles' attainments in space-time were indeed beyond their reach. If it's true, how many years have passed? Lu Ming asked again. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell. Bubbles frowned. Obviously, she was stumped. Let's go to other places to take a look, Lu Ming said. They left again and continued to fly towards the Heaven Destroyer station. After flying for a while, they found another huge continent fragment. Like before, this continent fragment was also very large. It seemed to be formed by many continent fragments. There were many other continent fragments around it that were slowly approaching the largest continent fragment in the middle. The continent fragment was lush and full of vitality. The chaos chi was very strong. Could it be that Bubbles' speculation was true? Many years had really passed? Could it be that more than 10,000 years had passed? Then was the Great Tribulation of Origin already over? The Origin Tribulation is not over yet, because I can still feel the pressure brought by the Origin Tribulation. However, it seems that the pressure is much smaller than before, Gu Changfeng said. I feel the same way too, Lion also said. It was difficult for ordinary Almighty to feel the changes brought by the Origin Tribulation, but it was different for Peak Almighty. Peak Almighty was extremely close to the Origin realm. Although the Origin Tribulation was harmless to them, they could still feel the Origin Tribulation. Vaguely, he could feel an oppressive pressure between heaven and earth. The Origin Tribulation is not over 10,000 years, but the pressure is much lighter than before. It seems that a lot of time. Lu Ming speculated. Let's go back to the station, Lion said with a worried look on his face. If a long time had really passed, how was the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Army? Could they have been attacked by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands or other forces? They were starting to feel anxious. They raised their speed to the limit, disregarding the loss of power. In a flash, they covered a distance of billions of miles. Along the way, they discovered that the continent fragments in the ruins of the universe were indeed converging. Small fragments of continents converged into large fragments of continents. Did the Eldritch continent reappear? After a while, they were not far from the Heaven Destroyer station. The news has been spread, Lion suddenly said, feeling a little excited. After many attempts, the news finally spread. They continued to fly, and soon, they saw a group of people flying towards them. They were the Heaven Destroyer's people. They were all at the Almighty level. Yi Ling, and Mo Chang, Rong Gong, Lu Ming saw many familiar faces at a glance. They were all relieved, and the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. Yi Ling, and Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others had entered Purple Heaven Grotto together. Now that they were still alive, it meant that they had indeed left Purple Heaven Grotto ahead of time. Lu Ming and the others were happy, but they found that Yi Ling and the others were even happier. They're still alive. Ha ha ha, I knew it. They're still alive. How could anything happen to them? That's right, that's great. The Heaven Destroyers crowd kept cheering. There were at least hundreds of people who came to welcome Lu Ming and the others, and they were all at the Almighty level. The two groups of people quickly gathered together. Dream Void, what happened? Lion asked Almighty Dream Void impatiently. Almighty Dream Void was Autumn Moon's master in the Heavenly Palace. He later joined the Heaven Destroyer and was a top Lord of Heaven-level figure. When Lion and the others were not around, he was the upper echelon of the Heaven Destroyer. You've disappeared for 8,000 years. The moment Divine Lord Dream Void spoke, Lu Ming and the rest were taken aback. 8,000 years? Could it be that the short period of time they were in Purple Heaven Grotto meant that 8,000 years had passed in the outside world? Almighty Dream Void immediately gave a brief explanation. Back then, after Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Gu Changfeng, and the others left, they continued to explore the periphery of Purple Heaven Grotto. Seeing that Purple Heaven Grotto was collapsing more and more, they knew that it would be very dangerous to stay any longer. Hence, they left Purple Heaven Grotto on a flying boat and waited outside. Some ordinary Almighty from the Heavenly Human tribe and the Quasi-Sage tribe also left. Their combat strength was not top-notch. Later, they discovered that a large number of experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were heading toward Purple Heaven Grotto. They did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left, returning to the Heaven Destroyer's base. However, they secretly sent people to keep an eye on Purple Heaven Grotto. However, this wait lasted for a total of 8,000 years. Apart from the ordinary Almighty from the various factions, none of the top-notch experts actually came out. Lu Ming and the others, as well as the top-notch experts from the Quasi-Sage tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe, such as Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, Song Qiong, and the others. It was the same for the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area. Not only did the top-notch experts who went in earlier not come out, but even the top-notch experts who went in later did not come out. They thought that something had happened in Purple Heaven Grotto, and that the people who stayed inside were all dead. They did not expect that after 8,000 years, Lu Ming and the others actually came out alive. So that was it. Lu Ming and the others understood that the situation was similar to what they had guessed before. In the beginning, time was synchronized. However, when Purple Heaven Grotto completely collapsed, it reversed time and space, causing an error in time between Purple Heaven Grotto and the primitive universe. The experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area who went in later, such as the more than 10 Almighty mentioned by Tsang Qiong, were mostly rushing toward the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Halfway through, they encountered the collapse of Purple Heaven Grotto and were trapped inside. Just like Lu Ming and the others, they were trapped inside for so many years. Chapter 4951. 8,000 years, plus the previous 1,500 years, it's about 9,500 years. It's not far from the origin tribulation of 10,000 years. Lu Ming calculated silently and felt a little complicated. He originally thought that he would have enough time to slowly accumulate and prepare to break through to the origin realm. He didn't expect that after coming out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the end of the origin tribulation was not far away. He felt that time was tight again. 8,000 years have passed. No wonder the universe ruins have changed so much. Dandan and the others whispered. Previously, the universe ruins had already begun to recover. The cultivation environment was getting better and better. The desolation chi was getting denser and denser. Divine herbs were also appearing everywhere. Now that 8,000 years had passed, it was normal for the environment of the universe ruins to change so much. By the way, have the various forces attacked Heaven Destroyer in the past 8,000 years? Lion asked. No. Maybe the top experts of the various forces are not here. Or maybe they are afraid of our origin realm experts. God Lord Dream Void said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. The top experts of the various forces were not here. Even if the other God Lords wanted to attack Heaven Destroyer's base, it would not be easy for them to break through the defensive array of Heaven Destroyer's base. Moreover, if they were really forced into a corner, the origin would awaken desperately. Who could stop those ordinary God Lords? They would all die. Therefore, when the top experts and leaders of the various forces did not come out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the universe ushered in a rare period of peace. The various forces were silently developing on their own. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Lion and the others quickly adjusted their mentality. For people at their level, 8,000 years wasn't a very long time. After all, Many god lords would go into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years, or even a few stellar years. 8,000 years was really nothing. After chatting for a while, they returned to Heaven Destroyer's base. Heaven Destroyer's members cheered when they saw Lu Ming and the others return. Let's get ready. Since we have come out of the Purple Heaven Grotto, the masters of the other forces have most likely come out as well. After they come out, the peace of the universe will definitely be broken. Maybe they will attack our Heaven Destroyer again. In the main hall of the Heaven Destroyer, all of the higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer were present. Lu Ming spoke slowly. This time in Purple Heaven Cave, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. The three races of the Forbidden Grounds, the Celestial race and the Demon race, were not races of this universe. They were all suppressed by this universe, especially those at reciprocity and above. In addition, the forbidden power he controlled was actually the power of the universe. As his cultivation base increased, the power of the universe would become stronger. The stronger the power of the universe, the stronger the suppression of the three races, the heavenly human tribe, and the demons would become. Therefore, the taboo physique and these powers were mortal enemies. He didn't know for now, but the three tribes of the forbidden area and the heavenly human tribe definitely wouldn't give up. This time, when the masters came out, they might attack them. They had to be careful. We have been strengthening the defensive array for the past 8,000 years, Dream Void said. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Lu Ming shook his head. Most of the arrays in the Heaven Exterminating Army's encampment were main-level arrays. At most, there were some broken origin-level arrays. They were enough to defend against an ordinary Divine Master, but they were difficult to defend against an invincible Divine Master. An invincible Divine Master was so powerful that ordinary Divine Masters couldn't compare to him at all. Moreover, there were the three races of the Forbidden Grounds now. In the past, the heavenly human tribe had a special method to break the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer in a short time, let alone the three races of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of scrolls flew out. There are some source-level arrays, some refining methods, and some alchemy methods in here. They are all from the last era. Take them and study them. Dandan, you study them too. Then try to set up the source-level arrays around the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming said. Of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Dandan's eyes lit up. He was very excited to study source-level arrays. However, to set up source-level arrays, you need to be in the origin realm. It's very difficult with my cultivation. I need some special materials, such as some special metals, or even the bones of origin realm experts, Dandan said. That's not a problem. You can ask Senior Lion. Senior Lion, I believe the Heaven Destroyer should have such materials in stock, right? Lu Ming looked at Lion. Now, everyone had a feeling that Lu Ming was the leader. Yes. After all, the Heaven Destroyer has been established for 60 years. We still have such materials in stock. Lion nodded. Also, this is a joint attack array. We need to choose suitable people to train. It can greatly increase our strength. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and a large number of joint attack arrays appeared. Most of the treasures they had obtained in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven were hidden in the Chaos Ring. So many, Lion, Tangjian, Rongjin, and the others knew about this, but Divine Lord Dream Void and the others did not. They stared at the large number of joint attack arrays and breathed heavily. Complete source-level arrays, artifact forging and pill refining methods from the last epoch, and so many joint attack arrays. Just how much had they gained from the trip to the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven? There were many things that they could not excavate from the ruins of the universe. They were things they could only dream of. Now there was actually so much placed before them. Also, it's best to call back all the people scattered around the base or out adventuring to guard the base. I'm afraid that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds will attack us before long. Lu Ming continued. Everyone nodded. After a little more discussion, they began to move out in groups. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiu Moon, and the others obviously went into seclusion to cultivate. Lion, Tang Jian, and the others would naturally take care of the other miscellaneous matters. The most important thing for them now was to break through in seclusion, especially Lu Ming. Breaking through to the peak Divine Lord level was a top priority. The 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds had too many experts. According to Tsang Qiong, apart from the previous 6 invincible divine lords, there were more than 10 invincible divine lords. This was a shocking number. Once they attacked together, the Heaven Destroyer would be in great danger, and might even be destroyed. Time was of the essence. In a quiet courtyard, Lu Ming took out a teapot, and began to brew original god tea. After drinking a cup of original god tea, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the origin. On a fragment of a continent far away from the Heaven Destroyer base, dozens of figures flashed and appeared out of nowhere. The one in the lead was Yi Wuxiu. Behind Yi Wuxiu, there were dozens of celestial race experts. Yi Qiuxian was among them. Poof! Yi Immortal's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 4952. Old Ancestor, are you alright? Yi Qiuxian asked with concern. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had also reached the peak of the almighty level. Yi Immortal had obtained 2 pieces of source spirit tea, and gave one to Yi Qiuxian so that he could break through to the peak of the almighty level. However, Yi Qiuxian didn't go to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Instead, he led dozens of heavenly human experts to search for treasures outside the Purple Heaven Grotto. When the Purple Heaven Grotto was about to collapse, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom to find Yi Immortal. They found the severely injured Yi Immortal on the way, and escaped from the Purple Heaven Grotto together. They had just come out and wanted to return to the Heavenly Palace, but Yi Immortal's injuries were too severe, and they had to stop here. The Eldritch universe has changed a lot. The laws in Profound are much more stable than before. Perhaps the collapse of the Purple Heaven Grotto has disrupted time. Many years have passed in the Eldritch universe. Yi Immortal murmured. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years, and was very experienced. He could deduce many things with just a few clues. Many years have passed. Yi Qiuxian and the others were slightly shocked. However, the origin tribulation is still there. It should be within 10,000 years. This time my injuries are very serious. I need to find a place to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Go back to the Heavenly Palace and check on the situation. Yi Immortal ordered. Then he entered the fragment and swallowed a divine pill to heal his injuries. Yi Qiuxian guarded him while the other heavenly human experts returned to the Heavenly Palace to check on the situation. More than 10 days later, a few heavenly human experts returned and reported the news. 8,000 years have passed. Yi Immortal murmured. His expression was unreadable. Old Ancestor, who injured you? Is it a creature from the Forbidden Land? Yi Qiuxian asked. He had been holding this question in his heart for more than 10 days. It's Lu Ming, Yi Immortal said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. What? Lu Ming again? Has he already broken through to the peak of the Divine Master realm? Yi Qiuxian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy. When Lu Ming had been a 9th level Divine Master, he had been able to fight against the pinnacle Divine Master Yi Immortal. This also meant that when Lu Ming had been a 9th level Divine Master, he had possessed the combat strength of an unrivaled Divine Master. Even though he was a peak Divine Master, he didn't have such combat prowess. His combat prowess was only comparable to Guangqian's emissary of the Primordial Light Clan. Back then, when he was in the Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming was at most on par with him. But now she had far surpassed him. Lu Ming hasn't broken through to the peak of the God Lord level, but this time, he's working with others to attack me. He alone won't be able to do anything to me. Yi Immortal said. He must be eliminated. Old Ancestor, this Lu Ming must be eliminated. Otherwise there will be another Tang Feng. Yi Qiuxian roared, his eyes turning red. Given his temperament, he shouldn't have reacted this way. But he had been suppressed by Lu Ming too much and felt too aggrieved. Yi Qiuxian's growth hadn't been smooth sailing. In the beginning, he wasn't famous in the heavenly human tribe, and was even looked down upon. But he had been enduring and cultivating in secret. He had planned to achieve great success in his cultivation, and shock the world with a single brilliant feat finally. He cultivated the perfect power of heaven, and became the 3rd peerless genius in the history of the heavenly human tribe to have mastered the perfect power of heaven. Coincidentally, the Supreme Immortal City had appeared at this time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, but in the supreme immortal city, he had lost to Lu Ming. He had been holding back his anger for so long, but before he could vent it, he had been suppressed. This was more unbearable than anything else. Later on, he had always wanted to surpass Lu Ming and suppress Lu Ming, but every time, the result was that he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Every time he was defeated, his mentality would explode at the mention of Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be eliminated. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. Yi Wuxiu said coldly. After I recover from my injuries, I will join forces with the 3 clans in the Forbidden Land to kill Lu Ming. Not only will Lu Ming be eliminated, but the Heaven Exterminating Army will be eliminated as well. This time his injuries were very serious. He had been attacked by Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, and the joint attack array. Although he had managed to escape, he had been hit by the destructive force of the Purple Heaven's collapse. His injuries had worsened. It would take at least a few months for him to fully recover without any sequelae. He had gone through so much to reincarnate. If he wanted to reach new heights in this life, surpass his cultivation in his previous life, and even become an immortal, he had to walk steadily and not leave any sequelae. Moreover, it didn't matter if it happened a few months earlier or later. He had stayed in the Purple Heaven for 8,000 years. Lu Ming and the others must be the same as him. Moreover, he didn't know that Lu Ming and the others had obtained the original divine tea leaves. Without the original divine tea leaves, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm from the 9th tier Divine Master Realm. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Yi Immortal continued to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qiuxian and the others stood guard for him. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Yi Wuchang's injuries were finally healed, without leaving behind any trace of aftereffects. You all return to the Heavenly Palace first. I will go to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain first. Yi Immortal ordered. Then he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The entire universe was now shrouded in Dark Yin Qi. It had become the Dark Yin tribe's territory. Outside the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, Yi Immortal saw Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Pit. There were 3 other Dark Yin tribe experts with Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Yin tribe. They looked very young, but the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. They weren't any weaker than Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Yin tribe. The 3 of them were invincible divine masters. They were the peerless geniuses of the Dark Yin tribe. These 3 were the ones who woke up later. They had entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, wanting to help the Infernal Fiend King and the Spectre King. However, not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven was completely destroyed before they even reached the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. They had only come out of the Purple Heaven cave a few months ago. Ye Immortal, how dare you come to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain alone? You must be tired of living, Gaishak said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he stared at Ye Immortal. He wouldn't forget that Ye Immortal had once taken away a top-grade source-level divine herb from them. Ye Immortal's expression didn't change at all. He said, I'm here to return your divine herb. Moreover, killing me won't do you any good. After he finished speaking, Ye Immortal's hand glowed. A divine herb appeared. It was a top-grade source-level divine herb. The divine herb kept struggling, but it was bound by Ye Immortal's power. It couldn't break free at all. Return our divine herb? The 5 invincible god lords present were all taken aback. Ye Immortal took out a jade box and put the top-grade source-level divine herb into it. Then he closed the jade box. There were layers of seals on the jade box. There was no need to worry that the divine herb would escape.